Ethics Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. Salutations. The whole bit. Yeah, there we are. My name's Alan Cox. Hi, how are you? Good afternoon. Rob Anthony's here, too.
What's up, man?
He's the boss. He's my co-host. He's the... I'm going to whip out some really old references. He's the Tonto to my Ranger.
I'm gonna get. I want the. We got to get the get-ups.
He's the Poncho to my Cisco Kid. How about that? Let's go back to like the goddamn 40s.
Just change the intro music to the Cisco Kid. That'd be fantastic.
God. I didn't. When I was young, we would go to my grandmother's every Sunday, and we didn't have cable television. We had local television, and on Channel 9 in Chicago on Sunday mornings, we'd go to Mass, and then we would go to my grandmother's house. She lived about 45 minutes south of the city. And we go to my grandmother's for Sunday dinner every week. And by the time we got there, right around noon, Channel 9, we're talking late 70s, early 80s, they were still showing all of those old black and white television shows. They're long gone. You'd have to have them on friggin' DVD, or I don't even know if these things are streaming. But I'm talking about the Cisco Kid, which was like a stereotypical Mexican bandito type show, right? And then like I Love Lucy and The Lone Ranger, those kinds of shows that were way before my time. But 40 years ago, they were still in syndication. You could still watch them.
They still show up on those subcarrier channels.
I guess they do because they have to fill it up with something, right?
I watch The Rifleman all the time. I
love
that
Chuck
show.
Connors, The Rifleman.
Love that show.
Yeah, so that really is those shows from like that, I think they called the golden age of television, right? Way before we were even born, but they were in syndication for a long, long time. Gunsmoke and all those old Westerns. They would still be shown like on Sunday mornings on Channel 9, which is a super station too. A lot of people are familiar with WGN television. They would run Cubs games. That's how you end up with so many Cubs fans around the country because they would see it on the super station. And they would run all those old black and white television shows. We weren't allowed to watch the Three Stooges. When we talk comedy, people are like, what do you think of the Stooges? I'm like, it's not really, when I got a little bit older, I watched a little bit. That's not really my brand of comedy. But we weren't allowed to watch the Three Stooges because my mom thought it was too violent.
Really?
Yeah, same reason we weren't allowed to watch what at the time was WWF. We weren't allowed to watch that either. I had friends that were way into like professional wrestling. We weren't allowed to watch it because my mom thought it was too violent.
What about cartoons?
Cartoons we watched because they were animated, and I don't know that she really gave it that much thought. But she was like, no Three Stooges. And I was like, okay. And again, I didn't feel like I was missing anything. Again, that was another show that was still kind of on, but not exactly in its prime. And so when I got a little bit older and I was kind of figuring out what I found funny, and I would watch Three Stooges, and there's a lot of people I respect comedically who love the Three Stooges. And I like physical comedy, but I was like, damn, man, this ain't it. So as it turned out, I really didn't feel like I missed much. But I have friends who will still watch like old Three Stooges episodes. I'm like, it's not for me.
I will. Yeah, I love it.
Three Stooges.
I absolutely love it.
Marx Brothers, that kind of stuff,
It's fantastic.
Getting hit on the head.
I love physical comedy. So
I do too.
I cannot.
It was
think
the
of anyone
getting
better.
hit over the head. Again, it's like why I don't like, those Jackass movies. When you see them in the theater, I will piss myself laughing so hard. But I don't like prank humor so much, Jackass, they're all consenting to be in it. That's why it's funny to me. Here's a group of guys who are volunteering to be hurt. But there's a lot of prank comedy where they're like, haha, I put down oil and that guy slipped. And I don't, that's not.
It's why I don't like Impractical Jokers. I
can't get into that
not
either.
for me at all.
Is that a bunch of guys doing stuff? I know the broad strokes of it, and I know they tour. I know they're very popular.
Yeah, it's prank humor, like you said.
But on unsuspecting people?
Yeah, so
Okay.
part of the challenges will be, you got a IFB in your ear, and someone's going to tell you exactly what you need to say, and it's that kind of stuff where you're working with a crowd and you're calling some woman's baby ugly.
I see.
And then the reaction, it's fine.
Now,
I get it.
Punk'd everybody liked because it was celebrities unvarnished, right? You got to see them how they would naturally react to adversity rather than they're on camera all the time. They put on a good face. Punk'd, I thought, was kind of funny.
Yeah,
Justin Timberlake's crying.
Yeah. I think to your point though, it's because they were celebrities. Like you don't mind seeing a celebrity get dicked with because it's just like, okay, there's they're well-known people or whatever. Yeah, the average person taking a prank, I'm fine. Don't need it.
So, Alan, the Three Stooges was too violent, but hearing your parents have sex all the time was acceptable. Again, this is the age-old dichotomy, right? And it was very much in my house. My parents were very pro-sex, as for as conservative as my parents are, too. They're just enigmas wrapped in a riddle. But they were like, I would rather have... they had no problem us watching movies with people that were having sex. They were like, the violence they didn't like. They're like, nothing wrong with sex. Violence we're not really down with. So, but again, that's the age-old dichotomy. Most people are like, I'd rather have my kid, watch somebody get killed on film than having sex, which is weird. I don't know if most people say that, but we've all heard that before, right?
I would say that.
Yeah.
I would definitely say that. Because I think you're able to dismiss a lot of that stuff as TV and movie, right? Like, oh, this is all pretend and that sort of thing. Sex just makes everybody uncomfortable when you're a parent watching it with a kid.
I guess it's just that it was all explained to me so early that I never grew up with this weirdo sense of like, oh, that's... Now, granted, I didn't want to watch those movies when I was older. I mean, I had hormones like everybody else. I didn't want to sit there watching those movies with my parents.
Right.
But it wasn't some taboo thing, when my parents...
slapping sounds.
Right. It's me with a glass up
I
to
thought
my...
Dad left for work already.
No, he doesn't call it work. If you do what you love, you never work a day in your life. Alan, what about Abbott and Costello? Yeah, occasionally. It wasn't on my radar, but... Alan, I was permitted to watch the Three Stooges, but my parents blocked Cujo and Soap. Remember Soap?
Yeah.
Billy Crystal played the first gay character on television.
But Cujo was a movie, wasn't he?
It was Stephen King with the Saint Bernard that goes crazy.
Yeah, so they blocked just the movie. Not because he's not saying, because everything else he's talking about was like a show, a series.
Guess so.
Things Unless he meant Kojak.
Yeah. Kojak.
Had something against Telly Savalas.
Yeah. Remember the movie with the Saint Bernard that had the lollipop in his mouth?
Yeah.
Who loves you, baby? Telly Savalas. Oh, it's great. All right. Anyway, welcome to Two Old Dudes talking about the 50s before we were alive, old television shows. But again, this is why AC Prank Pony never really took off. 2025 was going to be the big year for AC Prank Pony. I was going to start a brand new prank channel. And I just didn't, because the more I thought about it, I was like, I don't even like this. The premises weren't good either. My pranks were all going to be, first I got their permission. And as I understand that really diminishes the effect of a prank, I guess. There has to be an element of surprise. Let me take a break here. Hey, more money this afternoon for you, about once every hour, about 30 past, in fact. You get another keyword. to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. So that's on the way if you want to join us on the phone. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Text me 35192. You can listen on the iHeartRadio app, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free
Hey, it's Bobby Bones. Join me and former NFL quarterback Matt Castle for our new podcast, Lots to Say with Bobby Bones and Matt Castle. Between us, we have over 17,500 passing yards, multiple New York Times bestsellers, and 1 Mirrorball trophy from Dancing with the Stars. So where else are you going to find a show with that much athleticism and football insight?
Listen to Lots to Say with Bobby Bones and Matt Castle on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
Open your free iHeart app and search Lots to Say with Bobby Bones and Matt Castle and start listening.
The Alan Cox Show.
Your thoughts about food are war crimes and you should be sent to The Hague.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Two 216-578-1007 if you want to join us live on the phone, or 800-348-1007. About 10 minutes away here from the next shot for you to grab a grand. All these keywords courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie means $1,000 in your pocket. Your Cavaliers are on the road tonight trying to even the score against the Indiana Pacers, who handed the Cavs a rare loss the other night. Last game of that most recent homestand with the Cavs. They are now 33-5, still the best team in the league, but they're going to try to even it up in Indianapolis tonight against the Pacers. If they lose twice to the Indiana Pacers, you know what that means.
I don't.
It means that the season is done for the Cavs, and the Indiana Pacers are going to win the NBA championship.
I fall for it every time.
I'm sure that there are probably going to be sports writers to that. Here, we thought these Cavs were something special, but they just lost 2 in a row. Is this the beginning of the end? The Cleveland Cavaliers. I was just noticing, and I'm sure that we've mentioned it, but I had to remind myself. I was looking forward to the beginning of Guardians baseball because, you know, the preseason games will start like end of February, maybe? Is it that early?
Yeah,
when they get out
March,
there?
right?
Yeah, end of February. I don't know if I'm sure we probably will air a couple of those. But the Guardians, the home opener is against the White Sox again. The Guardians will be playing a historically bad team in my Chicago White Sox. Now, you'll remember last year, the Guardians home opener was the day of the eclipse. And April the 8th is the Guardians home opener. Now, that's a big day for me because the Guardians will play the White Sox, and then the Cavs will play the Bulls that night. So your boy here has got a full day of Cleveland v. Chicago sports.
You going to hit both?
I'm going to hit both.
Awesome.
You got it. I'm going to have my White Sox gear on, and then I'm going to go into a phone booth. I'm going to find a phone booth, and then I'm going to quickly do a costume change into my Benny the Bull costume. You know, mascots are never supposed to divulge their true identity, but for many, many years now, I've been moonlighting as Benny the Bull.
Only in Cleveland.
Only in Cleveland. That's right. They come to town. The other guy, the main guy, takes the night off. I send him out there to see all that the city of Cleveland, Ohio has to offer. And I'm out there on the hardwood doing backflips. Both literally and figuratively.
Jumping into his stink of the costume.
Yeah, well, no, I have my own.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Okay.
It's tailored. It's to my specifications and proportions. I'm not going to be out there in some comically large, ridiculous-looking mascot outfit. I'm going to be out there. Listen, people deserve, occasionally, a svelte Benny the Bull.
I didn't put all this work into this body.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm going to be killing it by summertime. So anyway, the Guardians playing my White Sox again for the home opener. That's very exciting. It's the only time of the baseball season that I will root against the Cleveland Guardians is when they play the White Sox. Now, it almost never affects anything because they almost always beat the White Sox. And that's fine. But Cavs basketball tonight in Indianapolis. Where is that now? Somebody texted me, Becky from Wayne County. People. Alan, you guys were talking about cremation yesterday. We were talking about that. The first funeral home in the state of Ohio is down there in Columbus. It's going to have, I should say, the first funeral home in the state of Ohio to have a bar, to have a liquor license, is going to be down in Columbus. And somebody texts us, speaking of cremation, I know Becky from Wayne County. She had a friend whose boss passed away. And before he could be cremated, her friend and his coworker had to make it seem like he was alive so they wouldn't be accused of his death. Now, that sounds vaguely familiar to me.
Their Uncle Bernie, I think, right?
Is that what it was?
I think so. Maybe.
How much time did they have with him? Like a full week? 2 weeks?
Oh, goodness. That's fan. That's one of the best ones yet.
A weekend with Bernard? Is that what it's called?
Yeah.
A weekend with Uncle Bernard.
Old Bernie Lomax.
Mm-hmm. Spring training starts February 15th, somebody's telling me. Thank you. Out there in the Cactus League. Yeah, we used to go out and do shows from Guardians, what at the time was Indian spring training. But it's been a number of years since we've broadcast from Goodyear. I think probably because I threw it around like it was a wet rag. They were like, oh, maybe this isn't the guy. But we would just sit and just shoot the shrimp with all these ball players. And I think they were happy to just not be talking about X's and O's. It was a lot of fun. But it's been many years since we've gone out and done it. Saturday Night Live is going to be putting together what they are calling an immersive experience so that fans can pretend they're hosting the show. Oh, what a fun time. Have you ever looked up there and thought, that should be me? Why is it Ariana Grande? It should be me. And they have a thing over there at 30 Rock that's going to be an immersive experience. You know, it's the 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live, and so they're pulling out all the proverbial stops. And so, end of this month, it's just for a few days, but if you find yourself in New York City, maybe our own Mary Santora will check this out. You can go up there and pretend that you're hosting the show or whatever. Boy, that's got to make celebrities who have never been asked to host Saturday Night Live feel really good, you know?
Well, they can go do it too.
Yeah, there are big names. You know, sometimes you'll read articles or documentaries on Saturday Night Live and the half century it's existed. And there are really big names who have, A, never been asked, and conversely, really big names who have been asked, but were so terrified of doing live television that they've declined. And so, on the other hand, you have like the Five Timers Club, right? You have people who just can't, they have a cop there. They're over there so frequently. But, you know, they have the fictionalized version of Saturday Night Live back in the day called Saturday Night, which I haven't seen yet. But they have all these documentaries and these specials that I think are going to be probably on NBC. You know, when we were at Universal Theme Park in Orlando last year, took our daughter down for spring break, and they have a couple of like physical roller coasters that are a lot of fun, but most of the rides are like those IMAX rides where you're just sitting in rows and then they move around. And I just get so nauseous on those things.
Did you guys do the Simpsons one?
Yeah, we did the Simpsons one.
I almost puked.
I did too.
It was so bad. I thought it was going to be great. I'm like, this is going to be so much fun. You get in the car-like thing, and it drives you through this little tunnel.
Yeah.
And as soon as that screen came on, I'm like,
same with me. And you look over, and you're like in this giant coliseum with all these other people in their own giant car. It's like, for people who've never been on one, it's these like independently moving rows, like giant cars of like 4 or 5 rows of 15 people across. And then you're moving, you know, like there's a giant arm under the thing and it moves you around in conjunction with this. It's like being in this, I haven't gone to the Sphere in Vegas, but it's got to be like that. Giant IMAX screen and you're moving around. And one of them there is, because it's Universal, it's the Jimmy Fallon Tonight Show ride. Now, most people will stand in line for this for the air conditioning near the front of the park when you walk in. We went on it. It's fine. But maybe that's what they should do for the Saturday Night Live immersive experience. Make people sick. Hey, sit in this thing. We'll shoot you down the halls of 8H.
When Conan was still doing the Late Late Show, an ex-girlfriend and I went to the city, and we saw a live taping, and she made me do. Now you know me, and I've not. This isn't something new the way that I am. And she's like, "Oh, can we do the Conan O'Brien virtual New York tour thing?"
Oh no.
And I was like, "No, I don't want to do that." And she's like, "Please."
You didn't go along to get along. You're like, "No, I don't want to." You asked me, and I'm telling you.
So it cost me like $75. I gave in.
Wow.
You sit on this thing, and you're supposed to look at the screen and react to Conan O'Brien driving you around town, and you're sitting on the couch.
Yeah.
So, like, you know.
This is that couch bit he did where he was driving it around.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they like fly up on this thing. You're supposed to be like, oh. And I know that tape exists somewhere, and it's probably going to resurface its ugly face someday. But the things you do for love when you're young.
I guess so.
I should have stuck to my guns. It was the dumbest thing. And I was so mad all day long. I was like, I can't believe I did that.
Now, why did it make you mad? Because it was...
I was mad because I gave in. Just to like...
But that doesn't sound like a hill you would die on.
No, that's why I did it.
Yeah, yeah.
But it was,
You go, sure, honey.
Just felt so lame. It was just like, ugh.
Yeah, but some touristy things can be fun. I don't, again, the Jimmy Fallon ride, and a great time because those, all of those... They're just puke machines. You know what I mean? That just those kinds of rides just make me feel incredibly nauseous, and that's what most of them are down there.
And if you're outside, you get like a roller coaster. And I'm not a huge roller coaster fan.
Love roller coasters. I will ride roller coasters all day long.
That belly drop feeling, I don't love.
Love it.
But I can deal with that because you're outside. Wind.
Yes.
Everything's happening. But the whole indoor thing, oh no,
right.
Never again.
Well, at least now, and this is the thing, too. You say the things you do for love when you're younger. Then it becomes the things you do for your kids.
Yep.
And it's along the lines of, and I've had to stop myself because I'm pragmatic to a fault. And so there will be situations where I'll be asked if I want to do something, and I say no. You ask me if I want, I had to stop myself from going, I don't want to, but I'll do it if you want to. That can't make anybody feel good. So if my daughter's like, oh, we should do this, I go, great, let's do that. Because that's what parents do, right? They're biting their tongue. Parents are constantly doing things they have zero interest in because they're not children anymore. Now, I didn't have interest in those things when I was a kid. So, but I'm not putting that on my, I'm not putting my trauma on my kid, right? I never did that. I'm not going to throw that at her. So I'm like, yes, absolutely. Let's go do that.
That's your default? You do
Let's
that every
go
time?
pet llamas. What?
You do that every time. That's your default?
What is?
Like you're always, oh yeah, that sounds good. Let's go do that.
Yeah, I say, well,
you're so good.
I go, if that's something that sounds like fun to you, then yeah, we'll have that conversation. But what I was doing for a long time was, if you're asking me if I would like to do that, my answer is no. But then you kind of start off on the wrong foot maybe. So you just default to, yeah, cool.
Yeah, I catch myself all the time trying not to be a dick. It's like, hey, Dad, look at this video. This is really great. And then they show it to me, and I'm like, that's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Yes.
But then you can be, oh, yeah, I can see why that was so funny.
Well, I will never pity laugh.
Really?
I have to draw the line. I will never laugh at something that I don't think is funny. Now, I won't tell somebody it's not funny because humor is subjective. But I'll go, you like that, huh?
That meh reaction says it wasn't funny.
Yeah.
You're not,
yeah.
not pulling the wool over anybody's eyes there.
Yeah. I just look at my kid and I go, you think that's funny?
Yeah.
You think that's funny?
You clearly have no idea what funny is, child.
Are you my child? I want you to stand in the corner and think about what you've done. That's funny. I got $1,000 here. The keyword, you get them every hour, about 30 past, so 4 of them this afternoon. To grab this money from the Buzzard Bookie. Somebody's got to win every single time, so I hope it's you. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Grand. That's grand. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Mm-hmm. I got an email from Melissa. She's out in Elyria. Where is she?
Oh, phew. I thought you meant my Melissa, and I got very nervous.
No.
What the hell did I do now?
Melissa in Sheffield. But your wife wouldn't be prone to emailing me about something you did.
Yeah, she probably would.
Really?
If it was dumb enough, yeah.
Well, it hasn't happened yet.
It will.
Does she have my email address?
It's not a tough one.
Okay. Alan at alancoxshow.com.
Yeah,
you don't think she'll crack that code?
She might figure that one out.
Melissa goes, no peaches. I can't bring myself to use a tomato anymore on the BLPs. Have you tried green apples? I was talking a while back. BLTs, I think, are a flawless sandwich, but I was suggesting to people that they try BLPs, which are bacon, lettuce, and peach. It might seem counterintuitive, but it is a fantastic summertime sandwich. She suggests green apple. I haven't tried that. She says, have you planned out your 34 felonies yet? Right, because nothing matters, and so conceivably, I guess we can all do what we want to do. She said, I assume it's like the purge for everyone. 2025 might suck. I'm rocking Sinister Slaughter already, and it's only the 14th. That's Melissa. I don't know how many people are hip to Sinister Slaughter, but it is I'm going to play this next time we do 2 Hours to Midnight. Sinister Slaughter is this album. When I was a kid, there was this extreme kind of tongue-in-cheek grindcore metal band in Chicago called Macabre, mid-'80s. And these guys, 3 of them, they've been together ever since, and it's certainly not for everybody. They do songs about serial killers and nursery rhymes, and I mean, these guys are like, winking and shucking and jiving the whole way. And she's out there listening to Sinister Slaughter. You want to hear Night Stalker from Sinister Slaughter?
Do
you want
I
a little
ever?
Taste of Macabre?
He will get you in the night. It'll take away your life. Somebody got sick and dead. Put him away or sleep in your bed.
He's singing the chorus in falsetto. I love it.
Like that, do you?
We are off this Saturday night for 2 Hours to Midnight. It'll be the last time this season that we get preempted by a Cavaliers game. But when we return on the 25th of this month, I'm playing Macabre, and I don't care who knows it. Yeah, I was like 16 years old, and a buddy of mine goes, hey, you want to go see this band? They were playing like a record store or something. I'm like, yeah, okay. And it was ridiculous, and I loved it. I'm like, what are these guys doing? And Melissa's out there in Sheffield listening to Macabre. Unless there's another album called Sinister Slaughter, I don't know. But if she's listening to that, to put herself in a good mood, to put herself in the right frame of mind. Everybody's got their own devices for doing that. Alan's doing that Joe Pesci bit with his daughter. Funny how? How is that funny? Well, like I'm a clown, like I amuse you, or I wonder if they're playing Sinister Slaughter on that. I saw that there is a pirate radio station that got broken up in Paynesville.
2 of them.
2 of them in Paynesville, 1 in Connecticut, I think. The Federal Communications Commission, this is what they're supposed to be doing. The FCC is just supposed to regulate frequencies, right? And so pirate radio stations that are operating illegally or outside the bounds of the frequencies where other radio stations operate, they take a good hard look at these and they issue penalties to them, I always admired the pluck of people who are putting together pirate radio stations. Again, this is what the FCC is supposed to be doing, not moderating content. They were never devised to have a hand in telling people what they were supposed to be doing on the radio, just regulating frequencies. And I was reading a thing, they levied a whole bunch of fines against pirate radio station operators, 2 of them in Ohio. Carlos Vasquez got shut down in Paynesville. He was running a radio station out of his house that was like a Tejano format or something. Radio Union Familiar on 99.1 FM in Paynesville. They went to his house. They traced the signal there. He had a giant FM broadcast antenna and a sign in the front yard that said 99.1 FM. I love it. This guy's got, if I may, cojones. His Facebook page advertised the station. It ID'd him as the station's president. He launched it in 2011. He had a good run.
Wow.
It took 13 years this guy was running a pirate station
to shut
in
this
Paynesville.
guy down. That's incredible.
The other one was 90.7 FM in Geneva on the Lake. Someone named James Barron, who used the on-air name Jumpin' Jammin' Jimmy.
Who?
I love it. And they traced that signal to Thomas Boulevard in Geneva on the Lake. They connected the telephone number he was using to the carrier records. And he had also posted a bunch of YouTube videos. So these stations were running for a while. He got a $40,000 fine. The dude there in Painesville got a $60,000 fine. I don't know what you do. That has to be a situation where they just go, I can't pay this. I'll shut it down, and then maybe they rescind the penalty. I don't know. I don't know how that works. But listen, as someone who works in commercial broadcasting and has for many, many years, I have to have respect for the people who are out there like, I'm going to put a giant broadcast antenna in my, I can't compete with the big boys. I'm going to do my own thing here. Everybody, back in the day, if you wanted to do that, you could do an internet radio station. Everybody had an internet radio station. Didn't have any listeners, but everybody felt like they were doing a show, right? That's what podcasting is now. Everybody feels like they're doing a show. You're doing an hour a week. Jerking each other off in your basement, whatever it is, that's fine. But these guys, they're on the front lines of getting in trouble. So we salute you, Carlos Alberto Vasquez and James Barron. Barron? I don't know. Out there in Geneva on the Lake, and Carlos Vasquez in Painesville.
I just love that he put like an advertisement sign on his front lawn.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, this is where it is. Come get it. And it took him 14 years to do it.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
Well, he had the URL on the sign, so maybe people just thought it was an internet station, but he was broadcasting.
And they didn't notice the giant FM transmitter in his backyard?
Down there in the non-commercial band, down there towards the left end of the dial, right? Where there's college radio stations, there's like not-profit radio stations, things like that. And these guys, Jumpin' Jammin' Jimmy.
I'd love to hear that show.
Feels redundant, but I like the alliteration, and I hope that you've trademarked that name so that no one else can use it.
Ripping the stacks of wax, everybody. It's Jumpin' Jiver Jimmy.
I'll tell you what. Jumpin' Jimmy just doesn't do me justice.
I'm a jiver, too. I got a jive.
Jumpin' Jammin' Jimmy.
Jammin', not jive.
Yeah, well, jump, jive, and wail Jimmy. So I hope that those guys get out from underneath those fines. And who knows? Maybe they'll lay low for a while. I can't imagine. Maybe this isn't the first run-in they've had with the FCC. But they have an article I was reading on pirate radio stations being shut down. One of them is in Connecticut, and two of them in Northeast Ohio.
Buddy of mine ran one for a long time.
Really?
Yep. He ended up getting the threat. They didn't find him.
Was Scott Shannon your buddy?
No, he was not. The old pirate radio thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, no. He had this beautiful setup. I mean, he was an engineer, and he built this gorgeous thing in his house. I mean, it was studios, whole 9 yards. He was selling advertising on it.
Wow.
Yeah, he played like the old, 50s, 60s type of stuff, a lot of Sinatra, and it was, people loved it. WICE was the station.
Wow.
And he had jingles. It was great.
Weiss is nice, baby.
Yeah.
Weiss, baby.
It was so good. And yeah, I mean, people to this day will still talk about it. Be like, hey, can you just sign that thing back on?
Yeah.
They threatened him big time. Huge money fine.
Sure.
And he was like, all right, I'm done.
Is that what it is? It's just the threat of the fine, and then you go, I'll shut it down, and then they rescind the fine? Or?
That's what happened with him. I don't know about this other guy.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy did 13 years of broadcasting, so who knows?
Come and get me. It's like an analog outlaw.
Where are you? Oh, you'll know where to find me. My neighbor's fillings are ringing.
That's right. Everyone around me is vibrating. Look for Jumpin' Jammin' Jimmy.
You can hear it through his microwave.
I've got to take a break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192 to do that. Want to go see Sullivan King. I don't know if you're hip to him, but he does pretty wild work, a lot of EDM, a lot of metal, a lot of collabs, done some festival dates. 2 hours to midnight and WMMS are presenting Sullivan King. The Chaos Will Bring Peace tour, that's going to be February 10th at the Agora, and I will have those tickets for you coming back.
This is the Alan Cox Show on 100.7.
ZipRecruiter.
Cavaliers play tonight, hoping to take their revenge on the Indiana Pacers, who handed the Cavs a rare loss the other night at the end of their homestand. I think it was Sunday night. Cavs lost to the Pacers. They didn't even score 100 points that night. And so Cavs will be in Indianapolis tonight to take on the Pacers. They will go to Oklahoma City, rematch against the Thunder. They beat them here last time, but that is a clash of the Titans. Those are the two best teams in the league. They'll go to Minnesota to play the Timberwolves on Saturday night. and then they'll come back home next Monday. So Cavs, Pacers tonight, 7 o'clock live from Indianapolis. And, of course, Indianapolis, if you've ever been there, a city where you want to get in and then get out as quickly as you possibly can. And, again, I always offer not condolences but apologies to our bureau chiefs in the greater Indianapolis area who listen on iHeartRadio. But, again, if you've ever been to the city of Indianapolis, it is, I don't think it's incorrect at all to call it a blight on our nation's topography, pop culture. Who do we have in Indianapolis? Sean lives there. Casey is there. Chris is there. Greg is there. But
there's that one steakhouse that everybody talks about that you're supposed to go to.
I guess.
And that's it. Is it something Elmo?
St. Elmo's Fire Grill. Is that the one you're thinking of?
No, but they're like known for their shrimp cocktail.
St. Elmo's Steakhouse.
That's the one.
Right there on South Illinois Street. Yeah. So if you're in Indianapolis, it's the oldest steakhouse in Indianapolis, and boy, does it taste like it. I'm just kidding. I've never eaten.
All that flavor's from the grill.
Yum. Yeah. Well, you know what? When they don't clean it that often, that's what you're going to run into. But skip Indianapolis. Just take the few-hour drive straight down 65 to Louisville, and you'll have a much, much better time. And the Cavs are going to find that out tonight when they play the Pacers. Alan, I went to high school with Becky from Wayne County back in the early 90s.
I love this.
We knew a kid who had a pirate radio show that exposed corruption by the principal. A fan of the show committed suicide, and that had the FCC and the police trying to shut down the show. Wow. Again, she has lived a life. She actually left me a message apologizing. I'm like, don't you dare ever apologize. Ever, ever.
Yeah, no, she's part of Alan Cox lore.
She's patient zero in this dumb bit that I'm going to beat the hell out of with the audience's help. I mean, eventually, we've got to run out of movies, right?
Never.
We'll run out of movies.
The infinite list of movies. There's no way we'll run out.
Alan, you were talking about spring training coming up next month. I know Becky from Wayne County. She dated a guy who got out of prison early to go train with the Indians. He was chosen because he threw wild pitches, like some kind of wild thing. Boy.
A lot of speed, no accuracy.
Yeah, guess so. Yeah, all that happening here in Northeast Ohio, right under our noses, and right out there in Wayne County, by the way. You know, I can't say that I've spent any appreciable amount of time out in Wayne County, but you know, that's where Becky is doing her best work, southwest of Akron. There, what is that? Worcester Way.
Got me.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can't be asking you. Yeah. Orville, Worcester.
I can tell you about Medina and a couple towns around it, and that's about all I got.
Uh-huh. That's your neck of the woods. That's your stomping grounds.
Word.
Medina Way.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. You're out there by the Fox Meadow Country Club.
I am. It's actually, I don't live too far from it.
Hey!
Great little spot.
They got a lot of country clubs in Medina, don't they?
They do.
Really fancy out there. It's all starting to come together. Now I understand why you're out there in Medina. Do you golf?
Not really. I mean, I did. I played a lot of golf and I had kids.
But you at one point enjoy golf.
If I were to, yeah. I'd go play right now. Yeah. I do enjoy it. You?
I don't.
No?
Nope. I've never played. I mean, go to the driving range or something like that, but even that, I'd rather go to a batting cage, you know?
I don't have the ability to dismiss the fact that I'm not a pro. So I'll go out, I'll shank a ball into the woods, and I'll lose a club. Like, I'll just lose my mind.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You go crazy. Oh, okay.
And that's just, it's supposed to be like this relaxing. Like, I like to go out and walk and
Boy,
enjoy
I
a
don't see
cigar
people
and play some
relaxing.
golf.
I feel like people think golf is relaxing because you're walking around and the weather is usually nice. But people who are really into golf, they are not relaxed at all.
No. I just curse a lot.
Yeah. No, never got into it. My school had a golf club, I guess. So I had friends that were on the golf team or whatever it was. I don't know. But I was like, I have no interest in that. I remember my dad playing for a hot cup of coffee when I was a kid because he was ingratiating himself with some clients or something like that. But no. My son plays. My son loves golf. But again, this is all part of his corporate thing too, right? He works for some cybersecurity company, and so he bought himself some clubs. Bought himself some nice clubs. And I said, oh, well, then you are off my payroll. He's telling me about the clubs he bought. I go, well, you are off my payroll then because those are clubs that I probably wouldn't even afford. But, no, it's not for me. Even the driving ranges, Top Golf or something like that.
Yeah.
I would just embarrass myself, I think. I don't have that kind of coordination. Everybody's like, oh, you just do this and batting cages I can murder. But and again, theoretically, there really shouldn't be any difference. There's a different, obviously there's a difference in angles. The balls are different size and so are your hitting implements, but it stands to reason I should be able to hit a golf ball.
But everything,
I don't know that I ever have.
Everything about golf is just a pain in the ass. The smallest thing in your swing will completely screw the pooch. You take lessons, right? Okay, do this, do that. One little variation of it, that's all gone. Because your body's, this works. I'll do it this way now. And then you got to go back for another one. I took lessons.
You did the whole nine. You were yeah.
I was a member at a country club back in Rhode Island. But that was more for the social element. The kids, the pool and stuff like that.
Sure.
Then you get the bill at the end of the summer. Did you ever join one of those clubs like that?
No.
Oh, my God.
I adhere to the old Woody Allen line. I would never want to be a part of a club that would have me for a member. I never want to belong to any club that would consider me for a member. No, I've never belonged to a country club or anything like that.
They'll take anybody's money. But there's a minimum you have to spend every month, a couple $100, whatever it was. And on
lunches and things?
Yeah, dinner, whatever.
Yeah. Pro shop.
I assumed that when the kids would, grab a grilled cheese while they were at the pool or they'd get a soda or whatever, a pop, you'd put it on the account.
Yep.
Right? And that would go to my minimum.
Put it on the Underhills bill.
What I found out was it does not apply to that. So at the end of the summer, I got hit with a very large bill. And that was my last summer at the country club there in Rhode Island. Oh, it was huge.
Wait, because they bought the wrong sandwiches, or that didn't go towards the?
I guess it was different from being in, ordering outside and then ordering inside of the restaurant.
Oh, boy.
So if you didn't order inside of the restaurant and put it towards your bill that way, it didn't count.
This is what I don't like. All the dumb
crazy.
Fake rules. I don't like this.
That was it. That was the end for me. I was, well, had to be the end for me. I had to figure out how to pay it off.
Right.
Working radio.
Oh, hi. Where's Mrs. Stanwyck?
In her cabañas here.
Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to meet her there. That's Cabana 6, right?
Cabaña 1.
1, right.
You would like something to eat or drink, senor?
Actually, I would.
Charge it to the Underhill, senor.
Yeah, that's right. Do you have any caviar?
Si, senor. Beluga, but it is $80 a portion.
Well, then I better just take 2 portions of that. How's the lobster thermidor?
I recommend it, senor.
Good, that'll be fine. Bring 2 bottles of Dom Perignon to Cabana 1.
Very good, senor.
And put down $30 for yourself, huh?
Muchas gracias, senor.
It's the nicest place.
I will have a steak sandwich and a Bloody Mary and a steak sandwich.
Cabaña 1.
Cabaña 1. It's Mr. Underhill. Your guest has charged a rather substantial lunch to my cabana. Oh, God, I love Fletch.
Such a good movie.
One of my favorite movies of all time. Everybody talks about love the art, hate the artist, and usually it's in the realm of Diddy and, R. Kelly peeing on people and Michael Jackson knowing what kids' buttholes look like and things like that. But, I think of Chevy Chase, too, right? Where, he's a pain in the ass and nobody likes working with him. It's very telling that he and Martin Short and Steve Martin did Three Amigos together. And Martin Short and Steve Martin have maintained this very prolific personal and showbiz relationship for 40 years. Neither of them ever worked with Chevy Chase again. And so, but I love those. Now, again, that was still peak Chevy, right? Fletch movies. But I love Fletch. Even Fletch Lives.
Great. I love that one, too. That was a great movie.
Alan, you should get some Rob should get some golf tips from one of Becky's friends. He was a former hockey player, but he got really good at golf. Somebody texted, plot twist. It turns out Rob is the millionaire and not Alan. See, this is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I've been trying to disavow this audience of the notion, and I know they're joking, but it's still, you know.
Can you put a net worth into the negative? Is it possible to do that?
I've done it my whole life.
Yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at right now.
Yep. Not even financially. I just feel like my net worth is negative.
I had a little bit of money, and then I bought that damn house. And that was the end of it for me.
Then you came to Northeast Ohio.
That's right.
And you might as well have set it on fire.
So long, bank account.
Uh-huh. Alan, maybe the reason that you dislike people singing in the car is similar to mine. Growing up, going to church all the time. I've never considered this, actually. I can sing very well if I want to, but being forced to sing in church all throughout Catholic school sucked all the pleasure out of it. Well, especially since Catholic church, you go to Catholic school, the songs you're singing, these Gregorian chants, there's no pulse to them. You know, you're like, oh my God, this isn't singing. So, I don't know. That's an interesting take. Maybe. I went to church a lot. My mom took us every morning. And then if we went during the school day, those were days where I would go to church twice, which is why I'm an atheist now. But, yeah, maybe. I don't know. I just don't. I was thinking about it the other day because when we were driving to the Monsters game Saturday night, I've got the radio on, listening to the station that my daughter likes. And she and my wife are singing along because I said, and they know I don't like it, but I'm like, you guys have special dispensation. Obviously, you can do whatever you want. I'm not going to be a joy killer for my child. But the more I thought about it, I was like, the reason I don't like people singing in the car is because I can't hear the song. I want to hear the music. I want to hear the guitars and the drums. I want to hear the song. And when people are singing, you can't hear the song. First of all, their singing is not going to improve the song. So, you know, and I get it. People like doing this. It's my thing. But when I thought about it, I was like, it's not really the singing. It's just that the singing drowns the entire song out. If I could hear the music and somebody in the car singing along with it, I'd probably be less prickly about it.
What if it's a song you're impartial to or a song you don't like? Does it matter still?
I don't like most songs. I don't care. I mean, because listen, I still am listening to the music in the songs. Even if I don't like the song, I'm trying to listen to what's going on.
Okay.
Right? I'm listening to the drums. I like very percussive music. So I like metal and I like EDM and I like all these kinds of things, right? I like percussive music. But when people sing in the car, you can't hear the song at all. So maybe that, but the church thing is an interesting take. But, you know, what are you going to do? We mentioned this when it comes back around, and it has come back around again. The Planters Peanut people are looking for people to drive that Nutmobile. It was a couple of summers ago where it was out by me. It was parked in the parking lot of what was at the time the Doubletree there in Westlake. Now it's a Wyndham Hotel. They've been bought. But Planters Peanuts, they're looking for people to drive the Nutmobile. You get paid $45,000 a year, plus health benefits, travel expenses. Basically, you can sock away that money because they're taking care of everything else. And a 401k. You've got until February 14th to apply. So 1 month from today. The Oscar Mayer Wienermobile is the one that everybody talks about, right? Actually, that was what was in the parking lot. I've confused the two. I've confused myself. The Oscar Mayer Wienermobile is what people usually talk about. This is the Planters Nutmobile. Now, it's not lost on me. That would also be a great name for the OnlyFans bus. If they take some giant nuclear-powered RV out on the road, Nutmobile would be a great name for the OnlyFans bus.
So if you're a cop and you're reporting that there was an accident with
Mobile,
it is so busted, we don't even know what to do with this thing.
Nope.
It is a busted Nutmobile.
I don't know that he'll be able to drive again for probably another 20 to 30 minutes.
The whole front of it's just all soft. We don't know what to do with it.
We found him asleep at the front, behind the wheel. We're not sure if he's drunk or just tired. We're not sure. But he's on.
That's the sound of the police.
Oddly asked for a shower, too.
Yep, he sure did.
A busted Nutmobile.
He's asked for some fluids. And dispatch, if you could find us.
Ask someone to make him a sandwich. It's weird.
He's really, really calm. He's very nice to deal with. He's not giving us any trouble.
Almost euphoric.
So $45,000. And they pay for your insurance. And this is what it's come to. Want health benefits? Try to drive a giant nut. Things are going great.
Or a giant wiener.
In the United States. So, yeah, you have until February 14th to apply to drive. I don't know how many they're looking to drive. How many people? I think that Wienermobile, it's like fewer than a dozen people because they only have a handful of those Wienermobiles. But they're looking for people to drive the Nutmobile, and you could be behind the wheel there.
I'm just picturing the accident between the Wienermobile and the Nutmobile.
Yeah.
The big giant mess that it makes. Just all over the highway, Alan.
Guys, you are not going to believe this. We've had a head-on crash. I'm going to snot on myself. The Wienermobile is hit head-on. Apparently, these two were trying to hook up in a hotel parking lot. And
there is just nuts all over the highway.
All over the highway. There's pieces of Wienermobile all over the place. The Planter's website says, "Shello there. Roast to roast and coast to coast." I love it. Apply to be a peanutter today. So maybe you struck out with Oscar Mayer. You have to submit a video describing why you would make the perfect driver for the Peanut Mobile. This would be a lot of fun. I mean, if you're like, now they do require a bachelor's degree. They're looking for somebody who has studied marketing or sales or something like that. Excellent written and verbal communication skills. All right, so that's going to cut a lot of you out from the jump. A keen eye for detail. Travel, they have to write on there. Travel is an essential component of this role and is necessary 100% of the time. Oh, I didn't know I had to travel driving the Nutmobile. I thought maybe this just in front of a green screen or something. Yeah. So get out there, prospective peanutters, and get behind the wheel. And check in with us once you do. I got a break here. I'll have Disturbed tickets for you. WMMS. That's us. Presenting Disturbed at the Romo Fijo. They are on the 25th anniversary tour for The Sickness. It is Monday night, March the 31st. We'll all be there. We'd love to have you along as well. So I'll hand those off coming back. 3:30 is the next chance for you to grab some money. That's the next keyword you're going to get to put $1,000 in your pocket from the Buzzard Bookie.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our new and improved iHeartRadio app has made it even easier to enjoy the radio station's podcasts and playlists you love. How? Well, we've added everything you love about your car radio into the free iHeartRadio app. With easy-to-use presets, you can now save your favorite stations on the app, just like in your car. And with the all-new live radio dial, it's easier than ever to discover new stations you'll love based on your location or favorite genre. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Snow showers tonight, becoming just lake effect. It'll be windy. Low tonight around 13, wind chill down to 0. Mostly cloudy tomorrow, high 21. Cloudy Thursday, snow flurries. Thursday's high, 28.
This report is sponsored by Conrad's Tire Express and Total Car Care.
Winter roads, no problem. Get up to $205 back on a set of 4 select Goodyear tires because safe driving starts with great traction. See store for details. Blue Falls and Conrad's, keeping your car clean and safe on the road.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hot in one room and cold in the next? No ductwork? No problem. Bryant Ductless Systems will bring enhanced heating and cooling to your home. Call Jodway Heating and Cooling today to find out which ductless system is right for you. Bryant and Jodway Heating and Cooling, doing whatever it takes.
Giant Eagle is making it easy to surround yourself with savings with new low prices on hundreds of your favorite produce items like pineapples, avocados, navel oranges, and lettuce at your neighborhood Giant Eagle.
Picture yourself here, carving down snowy trails, kids laughing, and memories being made. At Holiday Valley with 60 trails and ski in, ski out lodging, winter fun is waiting for you. This winter, picture yourself at Holiday Valley, located in the authentic ski town of Ellicottville, New York. Voted 11th best ski resort on the entire East Coast by Ski Magazine readers. Learn more at holidayvalley.com.
It's Mattress Firm's semi-annual sale and clearance. Save up to 60% on a wide selection of quality mattresses at every price. Plus, score a free adjustable base with a qualifying purchase. Hurry and stop by Mattress Firm today.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs. Everyone knows that. You can score big by betting on them with DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. If you're ready to place your first bet, try betting on something simple, like a player to score a touchdown. It's that easy. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. Right now, new DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code BUZZARD. That's code BUZZARD for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5 only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Ohio only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
The Home Depot's new supply house is built for one job, to deliver yours. No cart, all flatbed. And more than a store, our supply house comes to you. Get the whole job delivered as soon as next day from the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection. One that helps better their everyday through the things they value most. Friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Whoa, so cool. Tiny little robots.
Hundreds of them.
But Tyler, why are you making toys?
Toys? Josh, you're holding a sophisticated furnace repair bot.
Bot?
That's right, deployed directly into your system to diagnose and fix any issue.
But Mitchell's technicians are real furnace repair magicians. With their human touch, they can tackle any system and make any repair. No need to overcomplicate it.
For truly magical furnace repair, call Mitchell's 1 hour at mitchellsmagic.com.
Mr. Heroes Rockin' Reuben is rocking everyone's taste buds. Corned beef,
to give stuff away. Oh, it's time to give stuff away.
All right, WMMS presents Disturbed this spring. It's the 25th anniversary tour for The Sickness. Came out in 2000, and immediately Disturbed went supernova. It was unlike anything that we had heard before. They got a rotating cast of characters. Opening for them here in Cleveland, we'll get Daughtry and Nothing More, who are a pretty wild live act. It's all going to go down Monday, March the 31st, over at the Romo Fijo. There are tickets that you can buy, but you can, of course, win them here. So 2 for Disturbed for you. We'll be there. We'll see you there. Caller 10, good luck. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
Clevelanders are damn proud of their city.
Cleveland!
But come on, you were born here. He moved here.
This is a man that has endured real torture in a foreign setting.
So who's the real hero?
I would hope people would listen to our heroes.
Alan Cox.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, I said it. I'm a hero. How do you like that? This could be a good show. I hope Daughtry goes on first so I can show up late. I got nothing against Chris Daughtry, by the way. It's just, I don't know, man. That guy might put on a hell of a show. I don't know.
I think if it weren't for the American Idol thing, I think he would be perfectly fine in this format. I think the fact that he had that, everybody forgets about the fact that he was like this touring guy for a long time. Like, he worked bars. He had a...
Well, I don't even think of American Idol. It's just the songs of his that I've heard. They're just, like, they're good meat and potatoes rock and roll, but they don't stick to my ribs, you know?
There's a lot of bands doing meat and potatoes rock and roll.
Oh, I get
played,
it.
You know what I mean? Like, Daughtry just feels like, I don't know, man. It just, maybe unauthentic. There's something just doesn't feel right with him. But I agree with you. I think the songs are perfectly fine.
And the guy can sing his ass off. I mean, you know.
And people love him. I mean, he's always out on the road. He's selling shows.
But there's a whole bunch of other, like I said, they're rotating the opening acts on this Disturbed tour, and all the other cities are getting 3 days grace and 7 dust.
Yeah.
And I would much rather have them in Cleveland. They're playing Chicago and St. Louis and Minneapolis and Milwaukee. And anyway. But it's going to be a great show. Love Disturbed. They're a hometown band, and for me, and love those guys.
Hard to not love 7 Dust show as well. Like, I would have loved to have had those guys on that tour.
I see them every time they come to Cleveland.
They're so good,
every
man.
time.
Such a good band.
The Agora, they're great. So, yeah, about this time all week, I'll have those Disturbed tickets for you if you want to. Are we doing meet and greets and stuff? There's a couple of little bells and whistles in this, right?
Yeah, there's some stuff coming up.
Yeah. I will have 4 or 5 minutes maybe, not far off. Another $1,000 for you. Got a keyword coming, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie, 30 past every hour. Most of the day. It starts, in the 9 o'clock hour with Rover?
Yeah.
And then all day long through the 5 o'clock hour with me. So for the foreseeable future, yesterday was day 1. For 2025. So if you're hip to these, if you've joined us in the past when we're giving away money, there's a lot of these chances to win. Alan, I have 2 tickets that I won from your show for Nile and 6 Feet Under, that 2 Hours to Midnight show. I thought I was winning tickets to a Cavs game. They'll sell them. Put them out on the thing. I thought I was winning. I mean, you call and they tell you, Connor tells you what you won. I get that all the time. Hey, what did I win? Why did you call? I mean, listen, it's your time. You can spend it however you want. But, you know, I know some people reflexively call and they're like, I probably won't win, but maybe I will. And then when they get through, they go, ooh, what'd I win? I just want to win something. I understand that notion, but Alan, I picture the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile T-boning the Planters Nutmobile out there. Yeah. Busted nuts and broken wieners everywhere you look. Oh, the humanity. Look at this out here. 2 kids fresh out of college holding their head on the side of the road. Oh, little crown of bluebirds, animated bluebirds encircling their skulls. So, yeah. Cavs play tonight. They are in Indianapolis, play the Pacers. Pacers handed the Cavs a very, very rare loss the other night here in Cleveland, so they're hoping to settle that score, obviously. But your Cavs are still at the very, very top of the NBA, so they're doing fine. This guy has he's very active on social media, on TikTok and things like that. And there's so many wild stories that come out of his jurisdiction that a lot of people are familiar with a guy named Grady Judd. He has been the sheriff of Polk County, Florida for a long time, 20 years this year. This is a guy who started in the Polk County Sheriff's Office as a dispatcher in 1972. So he's been there his whole adult life. And then he worked his way up. But Grady Judd has been the sheriff of Polk County, Florida for a long, long time. And so because there are so many crazy stories come out of Florida, this guy invariably will end up on social media, or there will be a clip of his press conference going around, and he will be explaining it to people. The video of his that's going around today is him describing a guy who got into trouble because he was trying to engage in sexual congress with a horse, but in a very unusual way, I guess. And so this guy posts his morning briefings on TikTok. Polk FL Sheriff is where he is. And he's very tongue-in-cheek about it, but he's sitting there drinking his coffee and having a good time.
I've done this job my entire adult life. And occasionally you run across something that you go, come on, man, that really didn't happen. But it did. I mean, he even admitted it. And here's what happened. He said, well, I had just some sexual frustration. It was really stupid. It was a dumb thing to do. Donald Calloway, who's 53 from Lake Wells, admitted that.
I like how he shows his mugshot, like, in his morning briefing. He holds up the guy's photo, like he's doing a desk piece on a late-night show. And look at this guy. He's over here with, I can't believe these headlines.
This filthy, disgusting pervert.
Yeah.
He was trying to do the wild thing with a horse, a mare.
Wild thing.
The mare was 28 years old. She said, nay.
Oh, see? Oh, my God.
No, sir, I don't like it. We tried to interview the horse. She said, in my 28 years of being a horse, no one's ever done anything like that to me before, and I hope it never happens again. That's right. He tried to engage in inappropriate conduct with a horse, which is clearly against the law. Does Donald not know that a horse will bite you? The only thing I can figure, he's got a hitch in his giddy-up.
Oh, boy.
Well, right now, he's out to pasture in the county jail. Have a good day.
Now, he's burying the lead here. The guy tried to bang the horse's nostril. The guy tried to bang the horse in the nose. I guess Grady Judd's not going to get into that. But that, to me, is the long and the short of the story.
That is the story.
He's out there trying to do the wild thing with the horse. And but I like he's intercutting it with, with animated cartoon clips. This guy's really getting into it there. Grady Judd down there in Polk County, Florida. But yeah, the guy tried to, the story is, in the police report, the guy tried to bang the horse in the nostril. By the way, horses' nostrils are very large. So this guy's out there flexing, right? He didn't need a horse's nostril. This guy could have gotten a...
I don't mean to laugh at this, but wow. I mean, animal abuse, obviously, but God damn it, that's funny.
And also, you know how high you got to get crotch level to a horse's nostril? He's like, it was a mare, 28. Like he made sure that the horse was of legal age. This horse is pushing 30. What is this guy thinking?
Got himself a step stool.
Yeah, at least a couple of apple crates out there.
Florida's awesome.
So Donald Calloway down there in Polk County, Florida, he's out to pasture in the county jail.
A witness told police they saw David Calloway enjoying himself next to a horse and tapping its nose, quote, trying to get inside.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, he goes, doesn't he know a horse will kick you? Yes, he does. That's why he wasn't around back.
He'll bite. A horse gonna bite.
What you do is you fill his mouth full of carrots first, put some oats in there, and then you violate his nasal cavity.
Oh, no.
You know what you got to do? And that just tells me that this guy, there isn't a local zoo around him, because what you do, if you're really savvy, is you find yourself a camel. You get yourself a dromedary, right? Because camels, you know, when you're a kid and you go, ooh, camels don't have to drink for a long period of time. And when you're a little kid, you think that the camel's hump is water. Remember when you were a kid and you thought that?
Wait, it's not water.
It's not. Rob, see me after the show, will you?
Okay.
It is not water. All that's in a camel's hump is fat, right? But because camels have these giant, huge membranes in their nose so that it extracts the moisture from the desert air. We all have those kinds of membranes in our nose, but obviously a camel's nose is much bigger. And so when a camel is in the desert or very arid conditions, when it inhales that dry air, it extracts all the moisture. And when it exhales, it holds on to the moisture. So a camel can go a long time without needing to hydrate. If this guy had just given it now I'm sure he wasn't stone cold sober, but if this guy had just given it a second thought, he would have thought, what is an animal that can extract my moisture properly? A camel's nose membrane, right? I don't know what a horse has got going on, but it's probably, in the evolutionary sense, probably, are camels and horses similar species? A camel and equine?
I would assume.
Probably not.
No?
Right? A camel is a dromedary. That's like a different, I don't know.
Okay, yeah.
Somebody will tell me. It was somebody working out at
oh, you're right.
one of the racetracks will tell me. But this guy had found a camel because, you know, a camel, it's lying down a lot. You don't have to get up on a thing. Horses, usually standing. I don't know. Why do I have to do all the work for this guy?
Well, because this guy wasn't doing a whole lot of thinking. You know, like you said.
All right.
Maybe some alcohol, some drugs involved.
You're saying he wasn't applying rational thinking.
Correct. But just the right amount, because he could still get it up.
Yeah. The witness. Yeah, I seen him.
Yeah.
He was up there trying to get in the nose.
Sitting on the side of him at first, looking at that thing, cranking it. And he's like, I'm going to get myself in there sooner or later. Flicked on the horse. Out it came.
Somebody called Grady Judd. Hey, here's his money. It's $1,000. Might bail you out. Find yourself in a similar tussle with the law. Maybe you're out there trying to bang animal noses.
Here's $1,000 to get out of jail in case you hump a horse nose.
Yeah! Courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Money. That's money. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
I've got some food news here for you. I'll tell you what, they are pretty smart over there. Speaking of horse, over there at Arby's, they are pretty smart. They are changing some of their menu items here at the top of 2025 just to sound healthier so that people can go up and order and I guess feel like this is a quintessential American thing, right? People think if you change the name of something, somehow you change the thing itself. And so Arby's is like, we're just taking a bunch of the things we have on our menu and we're changing the names of them to sound healthy. So you can go up. They're doing this as we speak for the next week, kind of for people who are thinking about breaking their New Year's resolutions. They have something called the New Year Same You menu. Now, I couldn't tell you the last time I got food from Arby's. It's been years. Since we were in Independence, there was an Arby's down the street. And once in a while, I'd pull through Arby's. But they are temporarily renaming some of their existing items so you can walk up, head held high, and make it sound like you're ordering something healthy. But, of course, they'll know, and you'll know. Double beef and cheddar. They're calling it salad with dressing. So you go, I'll have the salad with dressing. Like, who are you trying to impress? I mean, it's fun, whatever. They have the Jamocha shake. They're calling that the green smoothie, temporarily. And the crinkle fries, you know their curly fries over there? They're calling them steamed vegetables. Which technically, is that correct? Technically, potato's a vegetable. Steamed vegetable. Now, they're fried vegetables, but they're not going to give you steamed curly fries.
Maybe they steamed them first.
Oh.
Because the potato would have to be cooked in some form.
Yeah. So you can walk up, order the, everybody talks about a fast food joint's secret menu. This is kind of analogous to that, but not a secret. You walk up, hey, can I have it? Now, what if you do want a salad with dressing?
You might have to go somewhere else.
They give you a beef and cheddar. Hey, what the hell is this?
A double.
Yeah, double beef and cheddar. So, yeah, they're changing the name of some of their items to get people like me talking about it, of course. And then you can go up there and be like, hey, man, how about this?
This conversation has now made me want Arby's. I haven't had that in a very long time myself, but now I'm like, beef and cheddar sounds pretty good.
I've never had the Jamocha shake.
Neither
That's
have I.
very, very popular over there. Also, there is a Dunkin' Donuts shortage. This has got to be near and dear to Rob's heart as the product of New England. A Dunkin' Donuts shortage. Some U.S. states are experiencing a supply shortage of Dunkin' Donuts. Omaha, Nebraska, New Mexico, a lot of these in western states. A lot of the stores had no donuts at all. Some of them might have had some random munchkins rolling around. But, a lot of people these days, because they kind of rebranded themselves, they dropped the donuts from the branding and the name. A lot of people go just for the coffee. But I know anytime I have a hankering for donuts, it's just easy to go into a Dunkin' and get them. And so a lot of states out west are having a hard time with this. I have to think you'd never, ever see anything like this in New England. There would be riots in the streets, I have to assume, in Massachusetts, right, if something like this were to happen?
Yeah, I mean, it used to be that every Dunkin' Donuts made everything on site, and then now everything's being shipped in. So, I mean, I think what's happening elsewhere probably could happen there at this point.
On site.
Some of the states have even been supplied by Tim Hortons.
Ooh.
Picking up the slack. Now, just wait till Trump's donut tariffs put the kibosh on that. But in the meantime, it's nice to see some international camaraderie like that.
You said you get the hankering for a donut. What is the go-to Alan Cox donut?
Blueberry cake.
Ooh, interesting. I would have.
Or a glazed. I'm not crazy when it comes to the donuts. I don't need goo in the inside of them. I like the blueberry cake. I like a glazed. Simple as that.
The glazed is fantastic.
Can't go wrong.
That's the donut.
Now I have to rely on myself to go to maybe a Turkey Hill or something where I don't like their donuts. I rather the donuts at Dunkin' Donuts. And I'm kind of dealing with it, but I really miss Dunkin' Donuts.
I go there every day. I get a chicken bacon croissant, or I get some coffee, Powerade if I'm dehydrated. I sit there all the time. If I have any legal work that I need to do, I go there. I meet with my attorneys there.
I'm gonna miss that place if it don't open up. Yeah, a lot of my friends go in there, get the cold coffee, iced coffee, I guess it's called.
Mm-hmm. The legendary residents of Shamokin, Pennsylvania, after their beloved Dunkin' Donuts was burned in an arson many years ago. Hey, Bird.
I thought camels got hydration from their moist camel toe.
You thought that, did you, Bird?
residents of Shamokin.
Okay. Thank you, Bird. I got a break. Want to send a text 35192. AlanCoxShow.com. You can email me there. Make sure you hit the contest page there as well because we're giving away a bunch of stuff. Want to watch the show? Do that on our YouTube channel, and you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMM.
Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, I got two pair for you. 4-pack of tickets to see your Cleveland Monsters take on the Providence Bruins. We had such a blast on Saturday night hosting Cleveland Rocks Night with MMS and the Monsters. It was so fun. If you haven't been to a Monsters game recently, you should go. And it's Lumberjacks weekend. Back in the day, the IHL team here in Cleveland was the Cleveland Lumberjacks. Early 90s to the early aughts. And so the Monsters are going to pay homage to the Lumberjacks. ClevelandMonsters.com has got all the info for you. It is Saturday, February 1st. Not far off, over at the Romo Fijo. Monsters Bruins. 4 tickets for you. Caller 10. Have fun. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
They say no man is an island, but at iHeart Cleveland, you sure get your chance to try.
Hello? Anybody?
Alan Cox.
Where did everybody go?
On 100.7 WMMS.
Sometimes I just want to play some communication breakdown, and I figured I'd get no arguments in the room.
Never.
Have you seen the trailer for Becoming Led Zeppelin?
I'm going to let you answer that for yourself. Yes.
And
Yes,
you've already purchased your tickets, probably.
I did not. February 7th, though. I'm ready.
Yeah. Well, I think 7th is the UK, and then the 14th is when it comes out here.
Oh, is that what it is?
You know what? The ticket, well, when I went on, I always use Fandango to get my tickets, and it was only giving me February 14th, but I'm looking at this page now, and it says it premieres in the U.S. and Canada on February 7th. So definitely check the 7th. But this is a feature film. The Becoming Led Zeppelin documentary is going to, I think it's going to be in IMAX.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Which would be the way to see it.
And that's what's the local IMAX? Is it?
At Crocker Park.
Crocker Park?
Yup, out in Westlake. An independent production made with the full cooperation of the band. The first time they've agreed to participate in a biographical documentary. Now, if you're not super familiar with Led Zeppelin, only 3 of them are still alive. One, Jonathan Bonham, shuffled off his mortal coil some time ago. They screened this when it was still a rough cut. 4 years ago. It's been done for a minute. The rough cut was shown in 2021 at the Venice Film Festival, and they got a 10-minute standing ovation. Now, they got a 30-minute sitting ovation. So that shows you how exciting this is. And so it follows them, as the name implies. It follows them through, what were they, the New Yardbirds?
New Yardbirds, yeah.
And the story is told exclusively by the band members, intercut with John Bonham audio interviews. So he's speaking for himself in this thing. And it is going to be in theaters February the 7th or February the 14th in the U.S. and Canada and the U.K. 2019 was the 50th anniversary of Led Zeppelin forming, and that's when they announced the film was going to be made. It is 137 minutes long. That's 2 hours and 17 minutes.
Too short.
I thought you'd say that. There's got to be a director's cut somewhere, right?
I wanted it to be like the Beatles one that was on
Get Back.
Disney Plus. It was like 18 hours long. That's what I was hoping for.
I still haven't finished that.
It's so hard, right?
I had to come around to the Beatles. I grew up with my mom being a massive Beatle maniac. And so, from her teenage years into my childhood, which was not that far apart rather, but I kind of, as a matter of course, rejected the Beatles because my mom was so into them. Also because my mom bailed on the Beatles when they got too freaky. So all that was on in our house was early Beatles.
Oh.
Like Help, Rubber Soul. So my mom, she didn't want them when they started doing drugs, all that stuff. To me, that would have been where I would have really enjoyed the Beatles, I think.
Rubber Soul's where they really started getting a little freaky deaky anyway.
It is, yeah. But I mean, she wasn't listening to the White Album or Revolver or anything like that. So my mom bailed on the Beatles, I think, when they got, whatever.
Experimental
stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and a lot of that stuff, too. You really got to like that band to get through the experimental stuff. Just because they did it doesn't make it all genius. Nevertheless, I came around. 2021, that Get Back documentary came out. I think it was on Disney or HBO or something like that. And I started watching it. We were on our holiday break at the end of the year, and I still haven't finished it. And I want to because I was fascinated by it.
Yeah, I used to take a piss all over the Beatles constantly.
Same.
And the reason I didn't understand the band. I grew up. It was there, I would listen to the White Album a million times, but I was just like, my opinion at that point was that it was timing that the Beatles had. It wasn't necessarily how great that they were, right? I was like, okay, if the Rolling Stones came first, they would have been the bigger band. Now, whether that's true or not, I guess is up for debate. But our night guy at the radio station I worked at is probably the biggest Beatles fan that I had ever met. And he's like, dude, I get your opinion. And he handed me this stack of records, and it was every single thing they'd done from the first UK release all the way through Let It Be. And he goes, dude, when you have time, your free time, listen to everything. And I started to, and I listened. I put the needle down on the first release all the way through, and everything, in my opinion, changed about that band. I became such a fan of that band after I did that. It was incredible.
The factoid that has always stuck with me is these guys were so massive and so prolific in writing songs. They had huge hits that weren't even on the albums, right? Or like B-side, like McCartney had the A-side, Lennon had the B-side. I mean, they were just massive hit songs. So I think every band is kind of partially due to timing. But, again, the Beatles, unless you have consumed that exhaustive catalog like it sounds like you did, I wouldn't feel comfortable making an assessment. But I really did come around to them. I really came around to appreciating what my mom was listening to. Again, I don't know if she ever went back to, those later Beatles albums.
Pardon the pun.
And again, it's amazing to me, they weren't around that long.
No.
When you think about how prolific that band was, they weren't around long.
And think about them on the road. They were only on the road total for like 2 years.
Yeah.
Everything you knew about the Beatles that came out after, it was probably around that Rubber Soul time, or Help. I think Help was probably the last thing that they did. The rest of that entire time was all just studio. They never, ever, ever played out.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
Yeah. So, they weren't a flash in the pan, obviously. They just packed a lot of legendary work in a short period of time. Now, we talked about this briefly before the show off the air. I have still never been able to join the Ringo is secretly this genius drummer club. I think he did what he had to do for that band. He figured out a way to, some of the most interesting things you'll hear any musician do are kind of workarounds from things they didn't know how to do traditionally. That's where a lot of your amazing work comes from. But I mean, watching that documentary, I'm like, all right, this is where I'm going to finally see this genius that everybody's talking. I mean, it's heresy if you're a drummer and you say you think Ringo was meh, right? And so, again, who cares? He was the drummer for the Beatles.
Right.
Doesn't matter what I think, right? But yeah, I really need to finish that documentary.
But he was the perfect drummer for them. You know what I mean? Like everything that he did, you couldn't imagine. That band didn't need a guy like Keith Moon. You know what I mean? Like they needed Ringo. It was perfect.
I mean, if Pete Best had hung out, I just like the notion that they didn't think Pete Best was going to be able to keep up with them, so they got Ringo. I'm like, guys, This is not Rush, right? The guy what? He couldn't keep up. What are you talking about? But, if you're Pete Best, you're like forever the, original drummer for the Beatles. You're there for a couple years. They go, oh, we let Pete go. And then they blow up. I don't know how you don't throw a belt over the shower curtain rod and just kick out the stool at that point. When you see the band you were in go supernova, I don't know how you get your head around that.
And become the biggest band of all time.
Because you will forever then you will have to call yourself the original drummer of the Beatles.
Well, you just got to tour that and hope for the best. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and every meet and greet's the same. What was John like? It was just fine.
It was fine. Yeah. So Ringo absolutely did what the Beatles kind of needed him to do, right? He's back there when you watch that documentary. And again, my takeaway was the same as everyone else's, which is watching those legendary songs be formed in real time just from these guys sitting around dicking around.
Yeah.
Just kind of that mind meld that Lennon and McCartney had. And, the arguments, just them looking at George Harrison and going, I don't know if that song is right for this.
Yeah, play it
and
like
they're
this.
But they're all writing legendary songs. It's not like any of them were scrubs.
Did you ever hear the story McCartney told about Obla Dee? The way that they came up with the intro to that song?
I don't know that I did.
They were in the studio, and John was notoriously late when Yoko was around.
Oh, yeah.
So they were all there on time. They were writing, they were doing everything. And Paul had the whole song written. It's like this, that you know what it is. It's the tribute to Jamaica and the family.
Mm-hmm.
And they're trying to figure out how to start the song, right? He doesn't dig the way it just starts with a doon, 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 doon. So John finally comes in. He still has that fur coat on. He walks over to the piano and he just goes, dun, 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 and then walks away. And that became the intro to the song.
Yeah.
It was just like, what?
They're farting out classics.
Right.
Yeah.
So iconic. It's so funny. Just like, whatever. How's this?
Yoko had her own ideas at the time, too. They were like, how should we start this song?
Oof.
Now, that's not what they used for Obla Dee, Obla Da, of course. But
they just decided to change it up a little.
Wow. A late night show host asked what the Beatles thought about Ringo being the best drummer in the world, and one of them responded that Ringo wasn't even the best drummer in the Beatles. Well, he's laughing all the way to the bank, boy, that's for sure. Richard Starkey. You're like, I don't care. I'm rich.
And what's the thing with him? It's he and Joe Walsh are like brother-in-laws, right?
Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, what a cool group that is, right? Like, Christmas must be awesome with that family.
Joe Walsh is married to Ringo's wife's sister.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Ringo still married to Barbara Bach, I think. Right? Barbara Bach?
I think so. Yeah, that's the...
I'm thinking of Catherine Bach, who was Daisy Duke. Barbara Bach is Ringo's wife. Her sister is married to Joe Walsh.
Okay. I knew there was a connection there.
I think that's how it plays out. She's been married to Ringo for, she was a Bond girl back in the day. She was in The Spy Who Loved Me. Super foxy.
And I know Joe has played in that all-star band with Ringo numerous times, too.
Yeah. The pride of Kent State University. And, of course, the sisters practically look like twins. Marjorie Bach is Joe Walsh's wife. So anyway, that Becoming Led Zeppelin is going to be in theaters on the 7th of February. A police officer in trouble because a hooker stole his car.
Whoops.
In Virginia Beach. One of our bureau chiefs might have sent this to us. Down there in Virginia Beach. And the cop had to, if you will, cop to it. And he was summarily fired. I picture him like Costanza. Is that frowned upon? Was I not supposed to do that? After he bangs the cleaning lady on his desk. Had I known that kind of thing was frowned upon, I would have never done that.
Fired, but they can't comment on Why? Jerron Harry was a Hampton police officer when he met 20-year-old Alexis Copeland, a.k.a. Dream, on an app. Court documents say he told police he hired her for sex on December 30th. Those documents detail a meetup at an apartment in Virginia Beach off Lynn Haven Road. Harry told police he Apple paid Dream $100 for sex.
Apple paid $100. You're 20, right? Yeah, I'm 20. I go by Dream. What, can I call you by your Christian name? No, thank you. You'll be behind me the whole time. I won't even hear you. Be talking to the back of my head.
Court documents said they laid in bed together before agreeing to shower. But Harry said Dream never joined him in the shower. Instead,
agreeing to shower. You know, there was a little bit of a disagreement at first. She wanted to shower. He didn't. She at least wanted to get some soap up in there, on there. And he's like, I don't know. I like walking around with a dirty D all day long. I want to do it that way.
He got out to realize his phone, keys, wallet, car, and Dream were gone, with his police credentials still.
She took everything. His wallet, his keys, his gum, his car, his Dream. That was her name. Dream was gone too.
In the vehicle. He called police using a neighbor's phone and explained what happened. Court documents show they were able to track down his vehicle in Norfolk with 2 people inside of it. Dream and a man she told police was her baby daddy. But Dream told police the Hampton police officer had agreed to let her use his car. Court documents show she admitted he did not give her permission, though, to use any cards from his wallet, which documents say she did. Despite her version of events, Alexis Dream Copeland was arrested and faces several charges, including prostitution and stealing a car. Jerron Harry, though, who court documents show admitted to police that he hired Dream for sex, is not facing any charges out of Virginia Beach as of this afternoon.
How about that? He's not facing any charges, but they fired him from the police department. Yeah, guys, boy, I don't know how to tell you this. I thought she stole his squad car. I guess she just took his car. They track down the car. They get the girl and the baby daddy inside. But I like that she gave herself a stage name. You know, Alexis is a lovely name. Although what she stole was probably a Honda. But she, calls herself Dream. I like that. Guys, listen, all right, I hired her for sex. Pull a Jerry Springer on her. I wrote her a check. He Apple paid her $100. She's in it for life.
That's where we are today.
Yeah.
No receipts, man. Where does that go? Never receipts for hookers, never receipts for dealers. What are you doing?
Have you learned nothing from Matt Gaetz? Come on.
Because they're prostitute grandmas. If you're good, they'll buy you an ice cream cone. Prostitute grandmas. But give them a 20 and they'll play with your bone. Prostitute grandmas. They're always sad because they're almost dead. Prostitute grandmas. They're good in the kitchen, even better in bed. They buy you lots of presents. They put your pictures on the wall. They make a special meal for you and make you eat it all. They pinch you on the cheek. They say bless you when you sneeze. But when it comes to Saturday night, they're working double time on their knees. Cause they're prostitute grandmas. They're too old to see and too old to hear. Prostitute grandmas. They're not afraid to take it in the rear. Prostitute grandmas. The favorite singer is Burt Bacharach. Prostitute grandmas. Once you go old, you never go back.
I'll tell you what, that is a message for our times. That's what Dream has to look forward to. Being a prostitute grandma. She's got a kid with her baby daddy.
Grandma Dream.
Yep.
Nana Dream.
Nana Dream. How did you come up on the block? Well, I stole a policeman's car. And the rest, as they say, is Virginia Beach history. Out here in Norfolk way, we like to tell the story of Dream. I got to take a break. Hey, want to go see the Say Santa tour? It's pretty good. It is the second iteration of this. They kind of took it out to test the waters for Maynard Keenan's 60th birthday last year. It's Primus, it's Pussifer, and it's a perfect circle. All of them simultaneously. all doing their thing. Oh, it's going to be wild. And they're doing 2.0 to celebrate Maynard's 61st birthday. They had such a good time. The inaugural tour, they're doing it again, comes to Blossom on May the 25th. So I will have those tickets for you on the way back. Another $1,000 is straight ahead, too. Next keyword from the Buzzard Bookie is coming up at 4:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever.
Podcast Network, iHeart.
Open your free iHeart app and search Lots to Say with Bobby Bones and Matt Castle and start listening.
It's time to give stuff away. Stuff away. Yeah, yeah.
All right, you want to go to year 2 of the Say Santa Tour 2.0. It's Primus, Pussifer, and A Perfect Circle. All on stage. All doing their thing. One big, long jam. They did it last year to celebrate Maynard Keenan's 60th birthday. And this year, it'll be to celebrate his 61st. They're going to play Blossom on a Sunday night, May the 25th. LiveNation.com has got all the information for you. Say Santa 2.0. Couple of tickets for you. Caller 10. Good luck. 216-578-1007. Or 800-348-1007.
He's not much of a morning person, and apparently not much of an afternoon person either. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
I ain't one for poetry, ain't one for prose, ain't one for the scent of a springtime rose. But there is one fact that I do know. I sure get a kick out of that Beavis and Butthead show.
I wonder if they'll do any Oysterhead tracks. I mean, there's no Trey Anastasio or Stuart Copeland, but they'll throw it in there. But the Say Santa Tour, for people who dig any of those 3 bands, I will have more tickets for you about this time tomorrow and the remainder of the week. Another $1,000 here for you in about 7 or 8 minutes, about 30 past every hour, most of the day. You get a crack at $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Somebody texted me a little bit earlier that they won here on the show yesterday. So that's good news. Congratulations to them. People hit me up and go, I don't think anybody ever wins. Okay. Well, then stop trying to win.
Is the person that called and said that the sheriff from Florida that we just heard from a few minutes
Grady
ago?
Judd. Yeah.
I don't think anybody ever wins.
Hi, this is Grady Judd. I'm the sheriff of Polk County, Florida. I don't think anybody ever wins the goddamn thing. Did.
Beavis and Butthead show.
That's right. I love that soundtrack. Top to bottom. Love it. It's funny how positively quaint Beavis and Butthead look now. But at the time, 30 years ago, they were just setting parents' hair on fire. This is pre-South Park. Really pre that kind of animated comedy. But, yeah, on the cover of Rolling Stone magazine and, you know, the death of decorum, your children, or, okay, whatever.
My father, the way that he looked at me when I would watch that show, like, he never had to say a word. Just the level of disgust just emitted from his entire being. I would just be sitting there laughing hysterically as Beavis gets kicked in the nuts or whatever, and then I'd start doing the voices, and he would just look at me like, this is it. This is my son. This is what it's going to be.
You can take me, but you cannot take my bunghole.
Sorry, it's not Felix the cat, Dad.
Oh, you can see he just hated everything about it. It was
Really?
so great. Oh, God. Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't a kid. Neither of us were. I mean, I was in college when Beavis and Butthead was out. I loved it.
Yeah, I guess I was in probably high school, I guess, right?
That's why it feels weird to watch the new ones. Because I'm like, God bless them for bringing them back, but it feels like the moment has kind of passed.
I've watched every episode.
Have you?
Yeah. Yeah, I have. I thought it was great.
Maybe I need to go back and dig through them.
And even the one, the newest movie, the Universe or whatever. Did you watch that?
No.
It's great. Again, it's every single thing you want from Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah.
They're writing jokes for us now instead. You know what I mean? So it's just, instead of us being teenagers in early 20s when it was out, they're writing jokes for us in our 40s. There's smart Beavis and Butthead as aliens, which is fantastic.
Yep.
All of it's good.
There's one thing that you can count on out in Hollywood as dozens of celebrities. Names you know, some you don't. A lot of people have lost their homes. There was a whole list. It really is staggering. I mean, I know that there are thousands of civilians. They're the ones that aren't getting all the attention paid to them, but obviously it's a company town. It's showbiz, it's Hollywood, and when Julia Louis-Dreyfus's house burns down, it's news. And John C. Reilly. And I'm most curious about Jamie Lee Curtis and Christopher Guest. She was driving and was posting something for the Red Cross or some local organization that was helping people who had lost their homes. And she was just driving and filming. She goes, our neighborhood is completely gone, but their house is fine. And I'm curious what that's all about. There were a couple of houses in Malibu that were untouched because they were built with fire retardant materials. They were built with, I don't know anything about construction. They were built with like fire retardant concrete and every material, whoever built these houses. So it's this weird juxtaposition of like every home is in ashes. And then there are a couple that are standing, untouched. But in addition, the celebrities, of course, who lost their homes. And just because you're famous doesn't mean you're rich, by the way. I mean, there are names you know. These aren't probably people with multiple houses. I was reading about some woman, I don't know if she's an interior designer or what it is, but they were like, she and her husband had just gotten the keys to the house 3 weeks ago. They had finally put their dream home together. Leanne Ford, maybe. She's an interior designer, I think. She's talking about how she and her husband had just gotten the keys to the house 3 weeks ago. Or people who had just gone all in on their dream home. Ricki Lake, she and her husband were living on this bluff in Malibu, and she was posting all these photos of what it used to look like, and it just looked gorgeous, just fantastic, all gone. But the celebrities who have not lost their homes are coming out to save the day. David Spade is offering $5,000 to anybody who can catch people lighting fires. Now, I have to assume it's within the confines of Los Angeles. If I go over here to Edgewater Park, right, I see some shenanigans, a couple of teenage pyromaniacs up to no good. I'm not going to DM David Spade. Beyonce is donating $2.5 million to the LA Fire Relief Fund. She has her own charitable foundation. So, lucky for her, I have to assume that's a tax write-off. Metallica, they have a foundation called All Within My Hands. They've donated $500,000. Jimmy Kimmel, he's doing his show again. He got pretty emotional when he was doing his show. Did you watch any of Kimmel?
I just saw him break down.
Yeah, he's prone to getting teary, but obviously he's friends with a lot of these people. People forget that Jimmy Kimmel Show's been on for like 25 years, right? He's ingratiated himself, hosted the Oscars. He knows a lot of these people.
We are back at our studio, which we had to evacuate on Wednesday. Many of us had to leave our homes in a hurry. Some of our coworkers lost their homes. I think I speak for all of us when I say it has been sickening, shocking, awful experience, but has also been, in a lot of ways, a beautiful experience because once again, we see our fellow men and women coming together to support each other. People who lost their own homes were out volunteering in parking lots, helping others who lost theirs. And tonight, our firefighters from LA were the first on the scene without hesitation. They were out there putting out the fires as best they could. And to our police, our National Guard, our rescue workers, the doctors, the nurses, EMTs, the pilots working 12-hour shifts, thank God for all of you. And if you want to thank these brave individuals with a donation, this is a very good place to start. Support LAFD.org.
All right. He's trying to get the word out.
Just stop it.
You don't have to live in LA County to donate. Why?
Just just read the script.
He's emotional.
Read the script. You're a pro.
That was probably the script. What? You don't like him crying like that?
No. Stop it.
He's
of the late night.
He's an emotional guy. These are his friends. These are his neighborhoods.
My friends. I can't believe LA burned down. Shut up.
Wow.
Be a man.
Wow. Making me look downright reasonable over here. Doja Cat has designed some new merch for the Red Cross to raise money. Jane Seymour, she's an actress, been around a long time, talking about Bond girls. She was one back in the day, but she was Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman. Of course, Kitty Cat from Wedding Crashers. Remember Jane Seymour in Wedding Crashers? It's kind of like her big, brief comeback. One of her co-stars from Dr. Quinn, guy she worked with for many years, his family lost everything, lost their home, so she opened up hers to him. Her co-star, Joe Lando, is living currently with Jane Seymour. The Grammys are still going to happen. The Grammys are set for February 2nd.
You can't stop that dog and pony show.
You can't stop the Grammys. They've pushed back the announcement of the Oscar nominees, but that show will still happen in March. And Tom Brady is also doing his part. He has hired private security to protect his $20 million LA mansion from looters. So good for him. He's taking care of home and hearth. There's a lot of stories about looters dressing up as firefighters, which is a special kind of sinister. And, a lot of the production there, film, television, a lot of that, it's been declining in past years anyway. There are fewer and fewer things actually being filmed in L.A. A lot of them are in Atlanta. They still go to Vancouver, North Carolina, all over the place. They were shooting Superman here in Cleveland this summer. But the existing production, a lot of that has shut down. A lot of the studios are kicking in money for the relief effort. And people are also laughing at a guy. I talked about this when he initially posted it. A guy named Keith Wasserman. This guy's a CEO out there in L.A. And this was the guy who posted, "I'll pay any amount for private firefighters to come out." His $3 million home burned down. He had posted, I'll pay any amount for private firefighters to come and take care of this. And people were dunking on him. And a lot of people in this audience were dunking on me when I was making fun of him. And all I said was, this is one of those guys who's puffing up and flexing, one of these only suckers, real estate ballers don't pay taxes. He's one of these douchebags. Taxes that pay for public services, like the fire department and the police. And so, sure, he can afford a private fire service, but none materialized. So his $3 million home burned down. So I think people are well within their rights to look at this guy and go, suck it. Because if you're out there bragging that you don't, only suckers pay taxes, well, the rest of us suckers, because we would like the fire department to show up if even a neighbor's house was on fire. That's like people who go, I don't have kids. Why should I pay taxes for the schools? Okay. Part of my taxes go to war. I don't want that. Part of my taxes go to, my taxes go for all kinds of things I want nothing to do with. But we're kind of living in a society. And so, yeah, this guy, his house burned completely down. Because if you're very, very wealthy out there in Los Angeles, for the most part, you can count on a private fire service. You'd think that he might have somebody on call, but they were probably, the private fire services were probably overloaded. So he didn't, people were dunking on him, obviously, because of the homes of a lot of regular middle-class people there went up in smoke. I mean, it's not this guy's fault that he can afford these things. But then, when you're bragging about suckers pay taxes or whatever, yeah. Oh, well. I got money here for you. It's $1,000, as promised in the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Well, I'll tell you what, there has been no shortage of violence against animals this afternoon on this show. Talking about the guy earlier who tried to bang a horse in the nose. The guy in Florida. Grady Judd scooped him up there, sheriff of Polk County, Florida. Found a 53-year-old guy who was trying to sexually penetrate a horse's nostrils. And now there's a teenager in Texas who's being accused of trying to poison her rival's goat. 4-H, boy. They do not play. Some of these rural communities. You know, my older daughter was in 4-H for many, many years. She was an equestrian for 15 years. Rode horses, took care of them, worked the stables, did things in 4-H. And this teenager in Texas has been charged with animal cruelty. She's being accused of force-feeding her rival's prize goat, force-feeding it pesticide. Do you know what the 4-H's are?
No. I didn't really know much about 4-H until I moved here.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it was a thing.
They don't have it. I'm sure they have.
I'm sure that they
in
do.
Rhode
but
Island,
it just,
yeah.
it never crossed my
A lot of
path.
rural communities, of course, will have 4-H. 4-H, if I recall correctly, head, heart, hands. What's the fourth H? Somebody will tell me.
Let me tell you.
Head, heart, hands, head, heart, health. Head,
There you go.
heart, right? Those are
Yep,
the 4
that's
H's.
it.
Okay. Well, in Texas, that fourth H is for homicide because this girl, or theriacide, I guess, in this case. But this teenager is accused of trying to get ahead in this competition by killing her rival's competition show goat. Imagine that. Imagine you've got a 4-H rival. I mean, teenage girls, they're going to have people they don't like. Try to get them to develop an eating disorder. Aubrey Van Landingham, Gesundheit, 17 years old, used a drench gun to force feed pesticide to her rival's goat, a goat named Willie. She tried to kill Willie so that her rival would lose the competition at the Vista Ridge High School. She confessed to it because they had her on closed-circuit television. The goat died 21 hours later. Her rival reported that the goat out of nowhere started convulsing and went into respiratory distress. And, of course, they did an autopsy on the animal or whatever they call that. I'm not sure if it's also called an autopsy for animals, but they did one of those, and they found a pesticide in the goat. And she said she poisoned the goat because she believed that her rival was a cheater and that she was doing things to try to take this competition. She also told the police, I don't know why, but when you're under those bright lights and she's a teenager, she got all blabby. She said it was actually her second attempt at killing the goat. So, I mean, but she succeeded. So the first one was an attempt. Is it an attempt if you succeed? Like attempted murder is you're still alive,
Right.
but I tried to kill you. They searched her phone history and found that she had searched things like how much bleach can kill an animal and poisoning pets, what you should know. She also searched how to clear your search history. So much for the teens being so technologically savvy. Even grandma knows how to use email now. This girl's looking at 2 years in prison. They don't F around in Texas when it comes to your livestock.
Good.
Yep. The mother of her rival, whose goat was killed by Van Landingham, said they wanted justice and hoped that the goat killer would receive jail time. My daughter was holding him when he died. It was very traumatic. We don't want to slap on the wrist. Imagine that.
Justice for Willie.
Justice for Willie. Yeah. So they are not screwing around down there in the 4-H in Texas. Holy mackerel.
The goats will be here through Saturday, and they're very friendly. From the Manatee County Fair, Linda Carson, ABC7, Would You Not Eat My Pants? Ah!
And the goat takes down Linda Carson. Through Saturday. And the goat eats her pants. Knocks her over. Well, at least she didn't try to poison that goat. Linda Carson sneaking in under cover of night. Goddamn goat, teach you to eat my pants. Have some of this glycophosphate or whatever is in
The
it.
goats will be here through Saturday, and they're very friendly. From the Manatee County Fair, Linda Carson, ABC7, Would You Not Eat My Pants? Ah!
Down goes Frazier. Down goes Linda Carlson. I'm going to break. You want to send me a text? 35192. If you're listening on iHeartRadio, you can leave messages there on the talkback button. If you want to watch the show, you can find our YouTube channel, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
100.7 WMMS.
Oh, boy. 35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. Want to email me there? You can do it. If you want to watch the program, you're going to want to find the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel. There's the chat in there. There's a whole little microcosm of an environment there for people who are a part of the daily viewership of the show.
There sure is.
You think, Alan, why in the hell would we just want to watch the two of you? I've asked myself that question since the day we started offering a video version of this program. But the people who are in there, they got a little community there.
They do like it.
Yep. Alan, that girl that tried to kill her rival's goat, she gets jail time for that. She's going to spend 2 years being Take two. See, now it's anticlimactic. She's going to spend 2 years being force-fed roast beef. What are you watching, Caged Heat out there? What's happening? With,
It's actually, I think that may have actually made it better.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Hey, Alan, I also know Becky from Wayne County. One of my neighbors tried to kill her prized goat merely by staring at it. Now, that's a deep cut. Not everybody's seen that, right? Or am I thinking of something else?
No, you're right.
The men who stare at
Yeah,
goats?
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. The Clooney, Jeff Bridges thing.
I didn't see that. Have you seen it?
I watched it for the first time maybe a year ago because it's one of those movies that kind of fell through the cracks for me, but I'm a sucker for Clooney. I will watch Jeff Bridges read the phone book. And so I did watch it.
Was it good?
It wasn't it wasn't any of their best work, but it was entertaining. It was entertaining. We watch because YouTube works better than the iHeartRadio app.
But it's new and improved, Alan.
Oh, all right. Well, I'd love to tell you that was by design, but it's not. So I'm happy that we can offer an alternative to you. Josh is in St. Louis, as he always is.
Hey, Alan, how's it going today?
Josh, what's up, man?
So I'm calling as a devotion to accuracy expert. And yesterday you said, and I quote, "I say good day, sir." No, you said, "I say good day."
Mm-hmm.
And that is a quote from Fez. And your boss next to you thought that was a quote from Gene Wilder in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
And you said it's a quote from what?
It's Fez from that 70s show.
Well, doesn't Willy Wonka predate that 70s show?
No, because he says, "I said good day, sir." He adds a "sir" at the end.
I used to like you, dude.
And
I feel like that's a distinction without a difference, Josh.
no, that's the difference. As a member of the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory /70s Club fan membership, I just want to be.
So it is
accurate.
okay. So just so I'm clear, because I've never seen that 70s show, but I've seen Willy Wonka a billion times. You're saying that it is not from Willy Wonka. The "sir" makes it from that 70s show.
No, the "sir" makes it from Willy Wonka. So
Okay.
that's what he says after they had the fizzy lifting drink.
Yeah.
And in that 70s show, Fez says, "I say good day," and then he leaves it at that. And it was driving me crazy. I've been outside in the 32-degree weather changing brakes on one of my trucks, and it has been bothering me, and I felt like I had to call and get a devotion to accuracy.
I am happy you were able to get that off your chest, Josh. I don't want anything that happens here to cause any agita or any sleepless nights or anything like that. Again, I've never seen that 70s show, so I'll have to take your word for it. But yes.
I got one more thing for you.
I thought you might.
I want to ask you about. So I live where Paul Harvey used to own hunting grounds. That's where I live, where the Merrimack and Mississippi meet.
Okay.
Okay. There's not a lot of houses out here. There's a couple rivers, a lot of deer, coyotes, whatever. Well, yesterday I went down to the river and someone had spray painted in the snow the N-word. And I was like, is this the ghost of Paul Harvey or some redneck around here riding in the snow with red spray paint? And I wanted to know, what do you think it is? Is it because I know that you are a big believer in ghosts.
Oh, you know me. Yes, I am. Well, but Josh, is the implication there that Paul Harvey would have used the N-word?
Well, you seem to think all Trump supporters are racist, and I like to believe that Paul Harvey would have liked Trump.
Oh, well, no. I didn't say I didn't say all Trump voters are racist. I said if you are racist, you are a Trump voter.
Okay.
If you want, since we're on devotion to accuracy, nobody can say all Trump voters are racist. If you are a racist, they certainly seem to think that he is, so he's their guy. I don't know what would have possibly given them that impression, Josh, but boy, they are making some connections.
I think Margaret Sanger makes all the left that are pro-abortion look like racists. So, you know, we have our own view of American history.
Margaret Sanger, who died in the 60s, that Margaret Sanger?
What did she do? She's the one that started abortion, and why did she start abortion? To kill black babies.
Well, she opened the first, she founded Planned Parenthood, right, but, I mean, she's been dead a long time. Trump is still very much alive and very much anti-brown people. What's happening? Are you okay? Have you stepped into a bear trap?
Well, see, I'm brown, and I know he doesn't hate me. You know, my mom is Juanita Chavez.
But you don't know that, Josh. All evidence to the contrary. You want to believe that because that rationalizes your vote, but you know very well he doesn't seem to have much.
But you would also like to believe that he's racist because that fits.
No. I'm only going by what he has said. I'm not implying anything. I'm listen. Years ago when he ran, I'm over here saying I don't think Donald Trump is a racist. But then he said a whole lot of stuff that makes it very, very clear that he is, and unrepentant. And like I said, if you are a racist, you've made it very clear that he's your guy. So,
yeah, you won't.
The royal you, not you. But I mean.
No, anyway, I was hoping to get an answer from you as to who did that because of your big fan of ghosts. But I guess.
Oh yeah, no. Listen, I know I know if you'll pardon me a pun. I know you're joshing with me, but no, I don't believe in ghosts. I don't know. It seems very, very weird that somebody would just randomly spray paint the N-word out there in the middle. But I'll tell you what, as a longtime broadcaster, Josh, how dare you implicate the late, great Paul Harvey? I would like to think that he would end a conversation with you by saying, good day.
I know a lot of stories from
whether
Paul,
there's a sir or not.
How dare you?
All right, Alan.
All right, thank you, Josh.
Have a good day.
All right. Thank you, pal. Let me go to, there's Josh in St. Louis. Let me go to Juanita, who checks in from St. Louis. Is this going to be an intra-city battle, Juanita?
Not a battle, just he was going on about accuracy, and he was describing where he lives, and I live in St. Louis proper. He does not. So he should not be called Josh from St. Louis. As somebody that, I mean, he claims to be so accurate about things, but Josh in St. Louis, coming from Juanita in St. Louis, you do not live in St. Louis.
Where did he say he lives? He's not on the mighty Mississippi. What's he say? He's on the Merrimack?
He's not. I'm on the mighty Mississippi.
Yep.
Right in St. Louis. You can see the arch from my house.
Oh, all right.
Where the Merrimack, he is where the Merrimack meets. And he said it's country. That's not, St. Louis is not country. So, babe, Josh, you live outside of St. Louis. So
wow.
Don't claim it.
Are you downtown or Lafayette Square, or where are you?
I'm not downtown, but I am in a tiny little town. It's not even a town, but it's like part of the county, but it's right on the border between the city and the county. So it gets all sorts of fun activity. It's right by a casino.
But you're in Illinois or Missouri?
I'm in Missouri.
Okay.
Red state.
Yeah.
But Josh is not in St. Louis. So just wanted to, if he wants to be accurate.
I mean, again, I'll take your word for it. I mean, but he's out there finding the N-word, allegedly spray painted on the landscape, Juanita. That can't make anybody feel good.
That I believe. That, as somebody that's lived in St. Louis my whole life,
Yeah.
yes, the country boys do love to write that word anytime that they can.
Right.
So, yes, that I do believe.
Somebody trucked in from Kirkwood just to spray it out on Josh's property out there. And okay, listen, thank you. I always appreciate the devotion to accuracy, no matter where it comes from, Juanita, so thank you.
Love you, Alan.
Love
Bye.
you. There's Juanita, who is in St. Louis proper, and taking umbrage with the fact that Josh, who calls us from St. Louis, is not in St. Louis. Wow.
What in the hell just happened?
I was on in St. Louis for a number of years, and I have a great deal of affection for that town. But I certainly can't. I'm not so well versed that I can get into an argument between two people who listen in St. Louis about where one lives and the other one doesn't.
I heard Josh breaking my balls about good day, sir, versus good day.
Again, that's splitting hairs, you know what I mean? And I guess that's what devotion to accuracy is, but it still seems like a distinction without a difference.
Then it's like somebody hit like a fast forward button on me, and I woke up when you said goodbye to Juanita. I don't know what happened. That was a lot. There was a lot lot that just happened in that Josh call.
Josh has just called back to set the record.
Oh, thank God.
Set the record straight.
I was sitting here praying.
I know. Oh, boy. You texted somebody to get him to call back, didn't you? Under the table.
Yeah.
Yep. Rob's like, we got to get Josh back. We got to figure out what's going on out there. And okay, so Josh, you heard Juanita. I didn't know this was going to be a back and forth, but she said you're out there in the sticks. Except St. Louis proper covers a lot of land.
Yeah, you're right. So I spent the first 10 years when I lived in St. Louis in the city, on the hill. Do you know what the hill is, Little Italy?
I
That's
do.
where I live.
I do.
Anyway, spent my first 10 years there. And I learned once I moved out to the country, to a big house in a nice private area, everybody in the city is like, you can't claim St. Louis anymore. Well, I'll tell you, Alan, you know who lives in the city? Mainly poor people, because it's gross, okay? So Juanita calling in and acting like, he doesn't live in the city. I lived in the city for a long time. I'm 10 minutes away from being in St. Louis County, but I do live out in the country, and it drives me nuts, these people that are like, you can't claim the city.
Well, I think it's I've always thought it's silly when people try to place these like fake demarcation lines on where they live or whatever. I understand what they're talking about because I think city dwellers feel like there's a flex there. Yeah. It's more of a difficult existence, whereas people decamp for the country. But I think given the opportunity, a lot of people would do that. Like, I'm a city guy. I would never in a million years want to live in the middle of nowhere. I mean, moving to Bay Village was enough to, make me feel like I had bugs under my skin. Everybody out there is very nice, but I couldn't feel more out of place. But
I imagine that every big city is like that, where the people that live in the city proper feel like they're the only ones that have claim to it, but it's ridiculous. What am I going to tell you, Alan? Hey, this is Josh from Imperial, Missouri. You're going to say, where is Imperial, Missouri?
Yeah, right.
No. So I just said Josh from St. Louis. So, yeah, women are the worst, Alan.
Well, no, listen, you're out there in Jefferson County, and she wanted to make a point that I guess she was taking exception to how you were quantifying where you live. Now, again, both of you are in the St. Louis metropolitan area, which means 99% of my audience tuned out a long time ago. Nevertheless,
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not your fault. I always like devotion to accuracy. Rob, this started innocently enough, and it turned into something else entirely. Thank you, Josh. There's Josh in Imperial, Missouri.
I'm sorry. Did you just say something? Did you say my name?
He's got coyotes out there. You know, it is coyote mating season, by the way.
Sure is.
Here in Ohio, ODNR. They're like, hey, listen, a lot of coyotes. You might see. Here's what coyote. If you don't know what coyote mating sounds like, this is a couple of coyotes going at it. Right? You hear that? It is hot. Yeah. And you hear a couple of coyotes out there off in the woods. Yeah, that's what's going on. Now through March, this is when male coyotes are out there doing their courtship rituals, right? Pick you up at the door, maybe bring a flower, drop a dead cat or a dead dog at your doorstep, right? Open the door for you when you walk up. So the coyotes, you know, not even, you want to talk about something that Juanita and Josh could agree on. Coyotes have no boundaries anymore. There are coyotes within the limits of St. Louis proper, and they're out there in Imperial where Josh is. Mostly active between dawn and dusk, but they also hunt and move during the day. So obviously, anybody who's ever been around a coyote, you keep your pets inside. And if you let them out at night, you be careful. Keep an eye on them. Because those coyotes will get out there and they'll have dinner there with the...
Slapping sounds.
That's what it is. If you hear those coyotes out there, that's the noise they're making.
Slapping sounds.
They say to clap and shout. Scare it off.
Hey, get out of here, you coyote!
Get on out of here!
Get out of here!
Get on out of here!
They suggest you make clapping sounds
Hey-o.
to get it out of there. Hey, my dog's out there. Get out, coyotes. Yeah.
I'm going to ask a dumb question, like most of them.
That's my favorite kind.
It's usually what I do. If it's mating season, does that mean they don't mate except but these 3 months?
I think this is probably when everybody's in heat.
But there's no like the guy's just got one ready to go.
You mean, is he like
in June? Say he's getting,
I can't do it.
It's a little coyote
March.
chubby.
Yeah.
Nothing he can do about it?
No, I bet year round. Year round.
That's what I was kind of thinking.
But isn't mating season when the female is in heat? When the female is in estrus?
Well, yes, but I'm saying that means that the rest of the year, it's only these 3 months that the females are ready to go?
Well, that's why if you ever have seen a coyote, oftentimes they'll have tiny little calendars around their neck so that they know.
Maybe that's why this guy humped that horse's nose.
I think so. He's like, hey.
I can't figure out the math on when this thing's mating or not.
It's nose humping season.
See, that would have been a great sign in Looney Tunes, you know?
Yeah. Duck season, wabbit season, nose humping season. If only they'd had a horse
Just
as one of the
shoot that guy in the
characters
face, yeah.
in Looney Tunes. But they didn't. And it's a missed opportunity, as far as anybody knows. So if you get out there and you see them coyotes, just know, ODNR is trying to let people know, hey, they're out there.
Yeah, I got a letter about it, or an email. It's talking about how it was like this big thing that's happening where I live, and I have little dogs. So.
Yeah, out there in Medina County, yeah.
I've never seen one, though. I've never seen a coyote. I mean,
I've seen them walking through the city.
I have 1 million deer in my yard. I see deer constantly, but I never, ever, ever have seen a coyote since I've been there. My old house, I used to see them all the time.
Maybe the deer ate them.
Maybe.
Do deer eat coyote?
No, I don't believe so.
Oh, okay.
But do coyote eat deer? I would assume they do, yeah?
Yeah, probably. Coyote probably eat anything. All right, I've got to take a break. If you want to go see Mushroom Head, big hometown show for these guys, one of the first bands to play the brand new Globe Iron venue. This is in the West Bank of the Flats. They've been putting together for a while. If you go to WMMS.com, we are celebrating their grand opening by giving you tickets to a whole bunch of the first run of shows. Mushroom Head is going to play May the 3rd. That's a Saturday night. I'll have a couple of tickets for you coming back. Next chance to win some money is on the way, too. 5:30, it's going to be your last keyword of the day to get $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
Our new and improved iHeartRadio app has made it even easier to enjoy the radio station's podcasts and playlists you love. How? Well, we've added everything you love about your car radio into the free iHeartRadio app. With easy-to-use presets, you can now save your favorite stations on the app, just like in your car. And with the all-new live radio dial, it's easier than ever to discover new stations you'll love based on your location or favorite genre. Find out what everyone's talking about and get the new and improved free iHeartRadio app today.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Snow showers tonight, becoming just lake effect. It'll be windy. Low tonight around 13, wind chill down to 0. Mostly cloudy tomorrow, high 21. Cloudy Thursday, snow flurries. Thursday's high 28.
This report is sponsored by Summa Health. Over the holidays, Lynn came to Summa Health with double pneumonia. Her team never gave up. And through pulmonary rehab, she rebuilt her lungs and her spirit. Summa Health, vital for healthy lungs, vital for life. Visit summahealth.org/lung.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Let us explain. If you buy a diamond at Diamonds Direct today and decide in the future you want to upgrade to a larger diamond, Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. For example, let's say you bought her a $5,000 diamond last year, but now she wants to upgrade to a $6,000 diamond. Diamonds Direct will give you $5,500 toward the new one. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Whether that first diamond was $3,000 or $30,000, you get 10% more. Who else does this? And unlike other stores who claim to offer diamond upgrades, at Diamonds Direct, there's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Come and discover real value and buy with confidence. Proud to call the land home. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Start the new year in a new Kia. We're making deals like never before at Ken Ganley Kia. Keep your cash and buy a new Kia with 0 down and 0% financing. You heard right, 0 down and 0% financing. Make no payments for 90 days or sign and drive a new Kia from just $259 lease per month. 0 due at signing, like a 2025 K4. 36 months, 10K miles per year, no security deposit required. Need credit? Our finance specialists want to get you approved and into a new Kia today. We've got over 1,800 Kias in stock and on sale at Ken Ganley Kia in Medina, Mentor, Alliance, and Boardman. Online at KenGanleyKia.com. Tell them McKinsey sent you, because I want to see ya in a Ken Ganley Kia.
KMA rebates assigned to dealers. 0 APR, 48 months, $20.83 per month per 1,000 financed on 24 Sorrento, 90-day deferred through Ally Bank, plus tax, tag, title, and doc fee on approved. Credit through KMF expires 2/3/25.
Playoffs? We're talking about playoffs? You bet we are. Get in on the action at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Scoring touchdowns is key to winning in the playoffs. Everyone knows that. You can score big by betting on them with DraftKings, the #1 place to bet touchdowns. If you're ready to place your first bet, try betting on something simple, like a player to score a touchdown. It's that easy. Go to the DraftKings Sportsbook app and make your pick. Right now, new DraftKings customers can bet $5 to get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code BUZZARD. That's code BUZZARD for new customers to get $200 in bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus. Ohio only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, there's only one name you need to know: Paul Davis. For over 30 years, the professionals at Paul Davis Restoration are the experts that Northeastern Ohio trusts for rapid emergency response. We are your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis is committed to minimizing stress and disruption to your life when your home or business experiences an unexpected disaster. Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly. From cleanup to recovery to reconstruction, when disaster strikes, you do have a choice. Paul Davis, the first name in property damage restoration. We are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com. Don't wait. Call Paul Davis, the restoration experts, at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com. When disaster strikes, there's only one name you need to know: Paul Davis.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Let me introduce y'all to my canes. These are chicken figures. They hit the spot, baby. Fries are golden.
All right, you want to see Mushroom Head, one of the first bands to play. They're going to do a hometown show at the brand new Globe Iron venue. Newest live event space there on the west bank of the Flats, right down there by Nautica. GlobeIronCLE.com. We are giving away a bunch of tickets for the first run of shows there, celebrate their grand opening. So go to WMMS.com, register to win tickets to see Mushroomhead. The Damned are going to play May 5th, Napalm Death and the Melvins. I'll be at that one. That's May 11th. Pair of tickets here to see Mushroomhead. Big hometown show. Saturday night, May 3rd, christening that new Globe Iron there in the Flats. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
And now, a moment of silence for the brain cells you lost listening to today's show. Rest easy, boys. This is the Alan Cox Show
on 100.7 WMMS.
On the subject of Mushroomhead, by the way, the news came out that Jeffrey Nothing, who was one of the founding members of that band, is diagnosed with cancer. He was posting that he had really wanted to kind of keep it a private thing, but a word got out somehow, apparently. And they have a link to a GoFundMe page and all that. So if you're a Mushroomhead fan, you may very well have a personal connection to him. I guess his daughter posted something. Maybe, and she already lost her mom to cancer, so they're going through a lot over there. But Mushroomhead, in their current incarnation, will be one of the first bands over there at the new Globe Iron. I'm excited to get in there and see what's going on. So that Napalm Death Melvins show might be the first time I pop my head in there, but for people keeping track at home. Hey, your Cavaliers play tonight, hoping to even the score against the Pacers, who beat them here at home. They got to savor the flavor because it doesn't happen often that the Cavaliers lose these days. But 108-93 was the final. Cavs didn't even break triple digits. So the Cavs are in Indianapolis tonight. First game in this road stretch that will take them to Oklahoma City and Minneapolis before they come home on Monday. Cavs Pacers tonight. Pregame coverage starts around 6:30. 7 o'clock tip-off there, wherever the Pacers play. It's probably like boring-ass stadium or something, right? where the
Crappy city arena?
The Gainbridge Fieldhouse, which I immediately read as Garbage Fieldhouse, but they call it the Gabriel Fijo there in Indianapolis. Used to be Market Square Arena. But it's where the Pacers play. It's also where the Fever play. That's your Caitlin Clark there on the Indiana Fever. So Cavs Pacers tonight at the Gainbridge Fieldhouse. I wonder what the local moniker for the Gainbridge Fieldhouse is. I wonder what they call it. The G? I don't know. The nickname for the Gainbridge Fieldhouse is nothing.
Makes sense.
They probably just call it the Gainbridge Fieldhouse.
It's on brand.
I don't know.
Vegas is 8.5 on this, which is the exact same spread as the other night. So I think they're thinking that will not happen again tonight, is my guess.
You think that the Cavs will win against the Pacers in this second go-round?
I do, yes.
Yeah. Well, the Rams bent over the Vikings.
Sure did.
Yeah. I don't know what the line was on that.
Is it safe to say that they rammed the Vikings?
The Rams were dominant. You know, they moved that game to Arizona because of the LA wildfires. And the Rams ran away with it there at State Farm Stadium.
There was a meme I saw going around that showed Sam Darnold, picture of him here, and then it starts to like morph, you know what I mean? Then the third one is even more, and then the last picture is the the quarterback from the Cowboys. Oh, God damn it.
Dak Prescott?
Dak Prescott, because he just chokes in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Well, yeah, I think Sam Darnold, I mean, he was hoping this was going to be his ticket to some massive things, and I think that probably, he was sacked 9 times, Sam Darnold. 9 times. 27-9. In the biz, they call that a rout.
Oh, for sure.
Matt Stafford. Boy, you want to talk about two dudes who really flourished with new teams. You know, Detroit and L.A. just swapped quarterbacks. And with Matt Stafford, you know, he was kind of like a conquering hero there for a minute in Detroit. But the people he had around him just were not locking in, and that's what Jared Goff kind of had with the Rams. They just weren't locking in. They swapped quarterbacks. Stafford goes to L.A., Goff in Detroit, and these guys start killing it. So you never know. I mean, there's, you know, a lot of these quarterbacks that had been previously written off, that's where Sam Darnold was. He had been written off with the Jets, right?
Yeah.
Goes to the Vikings, goes to the playoffs, but no longer. So the Rams will play. I don't know who they'll play next. I don't know who the Rams play. But we're getting closer and closer to the big game. I mean, Steelers are out. Steelers lost.
Thank God.
So we'll see. Lions will play on Saturday. That's an exciting team to watch. That's my wife's home team. And so, yeah.
Yeah, it's the 4 divisionals now. So you've got...
That's right.
Texans, Chiefs, Commanders, Lions, Rams, Eagles, and Ravens, Bills.
Oh, I was thinking the Chiefs were out.
Nope.
I was thinking they got knocked out.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope.
Well, then, is it going to be Chiefs and somebody else?
I don't know. The way the Texans looked in this last game, I mean, I would love nothing more than to see that team take the Chiefs out. I cannot stand that team.
I'd like to see, I don't have skin in that game, but I would just like to see a Super Bowl that doesn't have one of the usual suspects in it. You know what I mean? Like, I'd like to see a Super Bowl with like 2 teams that maybe haven't been there in a while, or rather than Chiefs and somebody.
Right.
Bills are still in, yeah?
Yep. Yeah, playing the Ravens on the 19th. What is that?
All right.
Sunday.
All right. Sunday, the Vikings made history in the NFL wildcard playoffs for all the wrong reasons. It was one of the stories. The Vikings are a part of history. They're the only team in NFL history to win 14 games in the regular season and then lose the wild card round. Boy, you'd think there would have been another team. You know, anytime you see a stat and they're like, they're only the 3rd team to do that. Anytime I see one where they say they're the only team or player to do X, Y, and Z, I'm like, there's never been another team that won 14 games
and then lost
and then crapped the bed in the wild card? Yeah.
I'd love to see a Lions-Bills Super Bowl.
Well, the article I was reading was funny because they said, we know this because the only 13-win team to lose is also the Minnesota Vikings.
They beat their own record.
Yeah,
huh?
beat their own record. Well, they got to put Fran Tarkenton back in there, I think. So, yeah, whatever. If you're a Vikes fan, they're out. And the Rams are moving on. I had a brief dalliance with the Rams when I was a kid, in the Jack Youngblood days and the, you know. Alan, the Pacers have a young and unpredictable team. They are on the come-up, is what that person says.
Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Nerd alert! Signed Ken from Indy.
Mm-hmm. Alan, you're right. The coyotes are in estrus. The rest of the year, there's no pheromone signal provoking the males to mate. So they only horny up when those pheromones are present.
So 3 months of the year, that's it.
The mating season is when the women are given the whiff, right?
Yeah.
They're spurting pheromones all over the joint. And these coyotes are running up and having a good time.
Well, no wonder the coyotes are so goddamn mean.
Yeah.
9 months of nothing.
They're out there in St. Louis spray painting the N-word onto the snow. Pretty sure that's what Josh said. He kind of lost me in the middle there, but I'm pretty sure I got most of it.
In red spray paint.
Yeah. Alan, I'm pretty sure that was my friend Becky from Wayne County on there. She got blood dumped on her at the prom, so she was just trying to warn people by riding into the snow. What? That's a stretch. There's no N-word in the movie Carrie, is there? I mean, I'm sorry, in Becky's life.
That one was definitely a tough putt.
It was. Alan, you're supposed to shout at coyotes. What if you do that? And they respond with, a little bit softer now. Do you have to continue the call and response until it builds back up to the finale? I say yes. Unequivocally yes. If you yell at a coyote, hey, oh, yo, get out of here, oh. And they go, a little bit softer now. Yeah, you keep doing it. Yeah, you keep doing it. Because they're having a good time, and you should try to have a good time with them. This is what I say. The further we get from nature, we do that at our own peril. And so you get a talking coyote, you're going to be okay. It's like when that coyote was talking to Homer in the desert. Had Johnny Cash's voice and everything. Most 14-win teams don't play the wild card. Well, that was my question. I'm like, how did they win 14 and end up in the wild card? But the brackets and things are so weird. I don't know. I gave up trying to understand a lot of that a long time ago. But, yeah. Let me give you this money here. This is the last keyword you're going to get today. We'll start it all over tomorrow morning in the 9 o'clock hour. It's $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. All day long, you get one of these every hour, so I hope this one goes into your pocket. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Cash. That's cash. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Now we pivot from football to football. I was reading about a team in Spain. Is it Lazio? I don't know soccer overseas. Played soccer for a long time as a kid. It just didn't stick to my ribs past that. So some people are like wild about soccer over here, which is great. Finally, they're getting some attention around the world. But a team fired their falconer, a guy named Juan Bernabe, Olympia the eagle, and they have a falconer. They have this guy where the eagle flies around and it lands on his leather glove. We've all seen falconers, right? He's been with the team since 2010, and they fired him because he posted photos on social media of his penis. He had surgery to get a penile prosthesis to improve his sexual performance. That's how little people care about the falconer on a soccer team, even overseas. This guy had to get a penile implant to get people to pay attention. Normally you go, I'm the guy with the eagle on this team. And they go, I don't know what you're talking about. Because you're in competition with all these shredded players. And so this guy's like, Lazio is an Italian soccer. I should have known that, shouldn't I? Lazio doesn't sound Spanish. Lazio is an Italian soccer team based in Rome. And they fired their falconer. Said that they had terminated him with immediate effect. So his timing's great. If they had fired him before the penile prosthesis, that would suck. At least now he's like, well, hey, I might not get it to play with the eagle anymore.
But I'm going to play with this son of a bitch.
Due to the seriousness of his conduct. Wow. Who'd have thunk that they'd be so prudish over there in the Italian soccer league?
I don't think he actually showed it, though. I think it was covered up.
I thought that's what they said. I thought he showed it.
Oh, he did?
I thought so.
Oh. I mean, I guess if it's that well done, then show it off.
He posted a series of videos and pictures of his erect penis online.
If this is a crime, I don't want to be right.
What are you going to put me in penis in jail? Look at this.
Look at the size of this, a hammer.
I don't need the falconer glove anymore. The eagle is going to land on this perch.
I just push a button and I get a boner.
Yeah.
I'm not going to apologize for this.
He defended the decision to publish the images by saying in an interview, "Nudity is normal. I grew up in an open-minded naturist family." Listen, I grew up in an open-minded family too, but I've never sent a D-pic in my life. This guy's putting it, now again, he's proud. Probably paid for this.
Well,
sure he paid for it.
I will tell you, if you were to Google soccer falconer penis and do an image search, make sure safe search is on if you're at work.
Right.
I did not expect that to come up on the screen.
Oh, it
and
came
that
right
surely was no, well, I don't think that was him.
Okay.
That does not look like the same guy. And boy, oh boy, if that guy's a falconer, that seems like a prerequisite for the job.
Wow.
A hammer.
Well, this guy is, I guess, Spanish, but the team is there in Italy. That's what was confusing me. He's 56. He had previously been in hot water because he's very openly hard right, very far right. And so this guy was doing like fascist salutes and stuff like that. I guess this guy's really into Mussolini or something, if you want to go with a hometown boy. But, he's from Spain. He's got his own people he can pick from. Franco and the like. So between, again, I don't know what the fascist salute is, but I guess this guy was pretty open about that. And now with the penis, they just cannot get their heads around it, if you will.
Speaking of a head, Alan, take a look at this. Take a look at what I do with this one.
Look at this.
I'm going to show everybody forever.
Yeah. Good for him. What's that, Grandma?
Boner.
What?
Boner.
What?
Boner.
Oh. Yeah, so then he said that he was proud, obviously, to be a supporter of the far-right Spanish political party. He said there are a lot of other footballers who is a big Mussolini guy or something. Anyway, they let him go because, boy, I guess this was just the last straw. Hey, you know what? We're going to look past the politics of the moment, but when you start posting, how dare you defile the memory of, not even the memory, how dare you defile the image of this team and the great eagle that we have out there at these games with your penis online. I love it. What a great headline.
I'm a juice to get him a spot to land, Alan.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do this on any purpose.
Because I don't think American soccer teams have falconers. I don't know if this is something that is proprietary to this particular team. I don't know if that's a regular thing. I don't know if that's a standard thing. That their mascot is an eagle. I guess other teams would have different mascots. These guys, they have a guy. Hey, here's our live mascot.
Do you keep that on your resume? Like now, if you're applying to be a falconer with another soccer team, do you keep the fact that you were with this team for a long time?
Yes.
And what, you're like...
Well, because they might look, they go, I mean, this is big news over there. So they're like, oh, we know you, that you got let go because...
You're the penis guy.
Yeah, there might... Now, again, being the guy who handles the mascot, it's not like they can't get along without this guy. Clearly they can, and they will.
It has to be like in his headline. If you want me, you have to accept my penis.
Yes, and
I'm
my
gonna
far
show
right
this
politics.
son of a bitch to everybody.
Yep. Ironically, the reason I got the implant in the first place is because my own penis also went far right. I wanted something a little bit more down the middle.
I need a tailor to put a more cloth onto the right side.
That's right.
I'm going to hang it to the right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It looking like a giant thing of mortadella.
A little sausage.
Hey, right down the middle.
Right, a little sausage for you over here.
Yeah, a couple of berries underneath.
couple of olives.
So, yeah, they let that guy go. But the notion that the headline, mascot falconer fired over penis posts. I love it. I'm like, is a penis post a product or something? Is that, you get it on Amazon. It comes by boat from China. Strap it to the underside. No, he posted, he was proud. He's like, hey, look, what I did. I guess this guy didn't have a Finsta or anything. It's not like he posted it on the team account.
They take it seriously, man. You're the falconer.
Well, and also it's like, I wonder if it's bittersweet for the organization because whether it's Spain or Italy or whatever, there's so much machismo that is associated with those organizations. These guys are the alphas of the global sports community. God bless American sports, but there's nothing that compares to soccer around the world. And I'm not saying that as a fan of the sport. I'm just saying the numbers don't lie, right?
No.
When was the last time there was a basketball riot? We don't have them. Now, I'm not talking about meta world peace. I'm talking about we don't have riots over here at sporting events. Yes, in the parade, in the street, sure, people will get shot. But so maybe he'll come over here.
And bring his eagle with him?
Yes, maybe Philadelphia. You think Philly cares about a guy who's posting D shots online? They do not.
They're going to be very happy to have him.
Yes.
It's a bald eagle as well. That's his bird.
There you go. The bald eagle. That's what he calls his new kit down there. His new jock. Look at my bald eagle. He's bald. It's all bald. I'm going to take a break. You want to send a text? 35192. If you don't want to send me a text, 35192 is the number. You can watch on our YouTube channel and listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Center, a local LA organization working tirelessly to provide relief, from operating shelters to supplying essentials to those who've lost everything. So please join us in supporting the Dream Center's efforts to help rebuild the lives of thousands who have been affected by these devastating fires. Visit dreamcenter.org today to donate. That's dreamcenter.org.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Dave's Cosmic Sub Studios. Feed your Dave's Crave today.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Because he's my best friend. He's my pal. He's my homeboy. My rotten soldier. He's my sweet cheese. My good time boy.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
$35192. Send me a text there. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. Our YouTube channels where you're going to want to watch. You want to? Listen anywhere, that iHeartRadio app. You know, you can drop messages there for us, too. If you listen from out of state, you don't even have to fight with other people from your city, like Josh and Juanita were doing. Mike listens in Seattle. Molly is in Denver. Sasha listens in Portland, Oregon. Spencer's in Tulsa, Oklahoma. James is in Foster, Rhode Island. You know where that is?
Hey, I sure do.
All right. And Brian's in Hoboken. Scott's way up in Alpena, Michigan. Andrew is one of our bureau chiefs in Chicago, Illinois. Alex and Sarah listen in Gardner, Maine. And Janet is our newest bureau chief in Henderson, Nevada.
There was this legendary broadcaster in Rhode Island named Salty Brine. Get it? And they ended up they named a
Salty
beach.
Brian?
Nope.
Brine.
Brine, yes.
Brine.
Like, just exactly like it sounds.
Okay.
They ended up naming a beach after the guy.
Yeah.
And the reason, when you mentioned Foster, this is what brought it up. He was notorious with the school cancellations, right? And everybody would wait, and he would say, "No school, Foster, Gloucester." Because Gloucester and Foster, two towns.
Oh, okay.
Together. Oh, yeah. That was he was the guy, man. He'd walk around. He had this, he wore like the captain's hat.
Wow.
Legend.
All right.
Yeah. Foster, Gloucester, no school.
Well, it's funny, you know, styles and tastes change, obviously, in broadcasting. And so when I was a kid, we had a guy who I think recently, like, either finally retired or like 86, or he probably died, this guy named Dick Biondi. And his claim to fame was, back in the day, Dick Biondi died summer of 23. But he had been on the radio in Chicago for like 60 goddamn years, right? He was one of these guys who started when they were wearing suits and glasses and the whole thing. Back when these guys were talking super fast, nobody knew what they were saying, but nobody seemed to care either. They were just trying to get people to pay attention. And so this guy's big claim to fame was, there was an old song called On Top of Old Smoky. Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, it's really old. I'm not even saying that we would remember it in real time, but Gene Autry had a song, On Top of Old Smoky. I don't remember what the rest of it was. But this guy, Dick Biondi, what he did was he turned it into something else. On top of a pizza, all covered with cheese, right?
I heard that as spaghetti.
That, or spaghetti, or whatever it was. I mean, well, Chicago, so he probably changed it to pizza.
Yeah.
And again, I mean, he set the world on fire with this dumb thing, but that's what it was back then. That was his big old claim to fame. Called himself the Wild Italian.
That's great.
Dick Biondi. You know, this guy was just, back when you could say nothing and people loved it. You're hosting sock hops. You know. Some of these people were like the friggin' Beatles back in the day. Just scream. Alan Freed, you're in Cleveland.
Yep. Radio's good guys.
Right. WMCA there in New York. People joke about or they look down their nose at Cleveland talking about the home of rock and roll, and they think it's just because the Hall of Fame is here. It's because of Alan Freed. who's the guy who allegedly coined the term rock and roll. Of course, he was also notorious for payola, too. But listen.
Had to ruin it for all of us.
What are you going to do? I mean, he wasn't from here, but I think he came up in Ohio, went to Ohio State University. He was on the air at WAKR, which is in Akron, and very, very well known. Made movies about the guy, you know. He was one of the first guys in this business to get what they call a non-compete clause in the contract, which back then was a good thing. Now, it's a whole other thing. Stephen Canton wasn't the guy you were talking about, the Falconer, who got let go from the Italian soccer team because he posted photos of his penile implant, wasn't the guy with the world's biggest dong named Falcon. He was. You got to go back a decade. There was a guy named Jonah Falcon. This guy was nothing to look at, but he had been blessed with the world's largest penis. It was like 13 inches long or something, this guy. You know, just a nerd from the jump, and he and this other dude made a song. Anybody remember this called It's Too Damn Big? He got together with one of these, the same guy that does like the Tan Mom songs with her. He got together with this guy, Jonah Falcon. The song is like a decade old, and it has 7,000 listens on Spotify. It's Too Big was the name of the song.
9, 10, and it keeps growing. Too damn big, it's just too damn big. Your penis too damn big, it's just too damn big. Too damn big, my penis.
I mean, it's very literal. They spent no time writing lyrics for this song. Just get it done and get it on there.
It's true they all complain when they try to go to town. If I'm lucky, you can show off. How well can you go down?
It might just be the biggest in history. No ruler can measure your massive, huge pee-pee.
All right, that's that's gross. Yeah, dude. Jonah Falcon. I don't know. That guy could be dead now for all I know. But this is the guy who was getting all this attention. And they were like, why aren't you doing porn? Because he was like living in a studio apartment and had no money. And they're like, why aren't you doing porn? He's like, I think more highly of myself than that.
Well, he probably couldn't either. The thing was 9.5 inches soft.
But also, why wouldn't you just go do porn?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know. People may not be able to use it.
Well,
at 13.5 inches
he
long.
might not be able to put it anywhere.
Just to show it.
They could play around with it, sure.
Just walk around. I'll show you for $1. Make his money that way. It doesn't say anything about the girth on it. But he got in trouble. Remember, it was the thing in the airport. That's what it was.
Well,
they were like, what's that thing in your pants?
Well, but he has been surpassed, by the way. This is a good lesson to learn no matter what your claim to fame is there. Records were made to be broken. There's always somebody better than you, smarter than you, more talented than you. Somebody's always going to have a bigger dong. And this guy was like, biggest in the world, even though he would never let anybody verify it. This was just his claim to fame. Well, there were other dudes that would let people verify it. So a guy named Matt Barr, who let people study him. And so it was confirmed he was the guy. His was over 14 inches long.
God.
And there was a guy named Roberto Cabrera. He laid claim to the title too, but they said that his was mostly foreskin. Was he that Spanish guy that died, Roberto Cabrera? We're talking about him a couple of years ago, too. There was this old Spanish dude. Yeah. Roberto Escovel Cabrera, the guy with the 19-inch penis. This was the guy who was a couple of photos of him. He literally has got the knee shooter down there. I think a lot of people were kind of calling BS on that, too. But it turns out that he just kind of pulled everything to the end.
Every one of these guys with a knee knocker is just like this dorky dude you would never expect it. Like, I just Googled this other bar guy.
Well, it's like, growing up, we'd be like, oh, it's, it wasn't very nice, but we'd say it was like God's joke, right?
Mhm.
These girls that were just above the neck, you wanted nothing to do with them, and they had a massive rack or a great ass or something.
Yeah.
It's like when girls complain about super good-looking guys who are gay. For them, straight girls, it's a waste.
This guy was 14.2 inches hard. Dude, I can literally, I can see, like he would get faint. You know what I mean? Like the blood rush would just get dizzy.
Yeah.
Whoa, boy.
Yeah. I got to sit down. I just saw a topless woman. But this Jonah Falcon guy, I don't know what happened to him. Again, this was a decade ago that this guy got all this attention and was,
He said he was donating his penis to science when he dies. Jonah Falcon did.
To that penis museum or what?
I don't know. He just said so you can study it.
Study it. Looking like a mortadell.
Here it is.
Science.
Thud.
Yeah. So, yeah, he has been unemployed. That was part of it, too. They were like, you're unemployed. Why don't you just do porn? He's like, oh, I don't want to be that guy. That guy, you don't want to make money? You don't want, yes, you're a sideshow act, but stack some cash. What is this resistance to this? Like, you didn't keep it to yourself. You're getting press for it. Strike while the iron's hot. He appeared in the 2013 documentary Unhung Hero. He also appeared in an uncredited role as a mental patient in the film A Beautiful Mind. Wasn't that an Oscar-winning film?
Did his penis also get a credit?
Oh.
It's so big it needed its own?
Yep. Needed a key grip to help. Yeah, I don't know if he ever ended up... He had to have, at some point, agreed to do some porn or something.
Talking about that Falcon guy?
Jonah Falcon, yeah.
It doesn't look like he did.
He said his longest romantic relationship with a woman was a year. He identified himself as bisexual. He was stopped by the TSA 10 years ago at San Francisco airport so that they could check. They had to figure out what the giant bulge in his pants was. Imagine you're the TSA agent that gets stuck with that duty.
All right, buddy. You got something down the front of your pants. What are you smuggling?
Yeah. And in San Francisco, no less. His pockets are probably stuffed with little pieces of paper with phone numbers on them as he's walking away. Was that guy smuggling raccoons in his pocket? No. It's all phone numbers.
What do you got there? That's my penis.
Yeah, there it is. He agreed to donate it to the Icelandic Phallological Museum after his death. If I were him, I'd be looking over my shoulder, worried that someone from the Icelandic Phallological Museum was going to have me killed.
We need to get our hands on this thing stat.
We can't wait for this. He was on The Daily Show 10 years ago and stated that he can completely envelop a doorknob with his foreskin. How do you, because when you're not working and you're living at home and you're bored all day long, these are the kind of data points about yourself that you find out.
I wonder what I could swallow with my foreskin today. Let's try this doorknob out.
Oh, I poured a whole share bag of peanut M&Ms in there.
You got to wonder how many things he'd done that to before he got to doorknob to tell people about.
No, not the big family bag, just the share bag. It's halfway between the impulse aisle bag and the family bag. Just the share bag. Oh, good call, Steve. Yeah, Jonah Falcon. Alan, that guy on that soccer team violated their penal code. Got it? He put his organ before the organization. Mike in Parma says, I gonna falconer all night long. Why are they wiener shaming this poor guy? Somebody asks. Yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon. Remember that? The USA or TNT version of Die Hard.
Is that what they said?
Yeah. Yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon.
The worst one was the snakes on the plane one. I remember that.
Monday to Friday plane.
Yep. Mother-loving snakes.
Monkey fighting snakes.
Monkey fighting.
Enough is enough! I have had it with these monkey fighting snakes on this Monday to Friday plane!
Monday to Friday.
Why not just bleep it at that point?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it's going to make that bad of an edit.
Well, and the Mr. Falcon thing, too, is the voice doesn't even match, right? So it's Die Hard 2. They use like a completely different voice for, it's supposed to be Bruce Willis. And whoever dubbed it, it sounded like Sprockets or something.
Yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon.
Yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon. Man, good for them. That's the job. Looping movies, working in an ADR booth. Okay, Alan, can you...
Yeah.
Yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon. That's a wrap. We got it.
We got it. Done. One take. Thank you.
I think we got it.
Well done.
Here's your check.
Alan, this is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Alan, this is Clem Fandango.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Alan, this is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango. God damn it. I heard they had to bury that guy 7 feet under.
They have to bury it separately.
Yeah.
Has its own funeral.
Alan, that guy probably finishes too fast to do porn.
Why?
I can't I mean, yeah, what? Because he never gets any? I mean, the thing, just the dimensions of that thing. He probably barely feels it.
I was going to say, there's not even enough hands to get the whole thing around it.
No, yeah.
Damn.
Well, I think we have covered a lot of ground today. Goat murder, falcon penis, the busted nutmobile.
That was my favorite. Personal favorite of the day.
The camel's nose membrane. 2 listeners from St. Louis fighting with each other about who the hell knows.
How to say good day, sir.
Yeah.
In what context?
Yeah. Covered a lot of ground, right? If you ask me at the top of the show, what are you going to talk about today, Alan? And then ask me at the end of the show, what did you talk about today, Alan? I don't know what that Venn diagram looks like. All right, we got to go. Hey, Cavs basketball tonight. They're in Indianapolis, poor sons of bitches. They're going to play the Pacers in under an hour, but pregame starts at 6:30. Where can people find you out in the social media universe, Rob?
WMMS Rob on Instagram.
All right. And I guess we're all waiting with bated breath to see if that TikTok ban is going to happen. My money's on no. I don't see them banning TikTok.
I'm with you.
I think they're going to figure it out. Some 11th hour backroom deal.
Elon Musk is looking into it, so you never know.
Oh, boy. This genius.
He could do as well with that as he did with Twitter. X.
Yeah. Okay, thanks, guys, for hanging out. The show will be available in its entirety on the iHeartRadio app within the hour. Anything you missed, it will be there. You want to watch the show, you can see that on our YouTube channel. I'm Alan Cox Show on your social media accounts. Anything else you need Alan Cox Show stickers, always happy to send those out. Shoot me an email. That's just alan@alancoxshow.com. If you listen on the app, you can drop messages for us there. There's a red talkback button for your perusal. You can also drop voicemails on our after hours line anytime you like. It doesn't just have to be the domain of Brian. It's 216-986-8903. And that's it. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Go Cavs. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother